Okay, we should be getting rolling here real soon. Before I get rolling, let's make sure we're all set up everywhere. Instagram should be going live right about now as the FIU Panthers getting ready to close out the regular season with just one more win as they take on the Sam Houston Bearkats at 1 o'clock over in not Huntsville, actual Houston. So I'm stoked for that. And welcome everyone to the Paws Up Watch Party, the last one this year. As hopefully we get to see the Panthers close out the regular season with a 7-5 record as they take on the 2-9 Sam Houston Bearkats, one of the unfortunately the bottom feeders in Conference USA this season. Certainly a pretty stark drop off considering what they've been able to do in years past. But I digress. Let me make sure I got to make sure I'm good to go on all platforms: X, YouTube, IG. Got to make sure we're there. So let's just get right into it. What am I expecting today? A win. Plain and simple. Things might get complicated because as Kevin put out a tweet, and when you look at the injury report, it's pretty nasty stuff. Pazanski is there. So with that said, it looks like it might be the Kewan Jenkins show today, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I think that FIU can still win this game because of the opponent they are playing. So let's get set up here. Since we have these 30 minutes or so before we kick off, let me just do some prep work. Oh boy, how much juice do my headphones have? Do I have to give them a quick charge, or will they suffice? We'll have to find out the hard way. Okay. What the heck? See, this is why you do the prep work now. My microphone wasn't plugged in. I'm using the crappy Surface speakers, dude. What the hell? Hang on. Okay. Are we? There we go. All right. We got the good. Oh, I might mute myself here real quick. Bear with me. All right, here we go. Had to do some quick cable management like a pro. So we good. Muted myself again. Make sure my camera is all good. My little mini helmet is on display. Good. You can see something there. I have just the right thing to cover that up. This beautiful gift that we got from the Roar Lounge for homecoming against Liberty. Let me put that. Perfect. Oh, that looks wonderful. All right. There we go. All right. I might need to do some quick adjusting here to my microphone, so bear with me. Okay, we should be good there. Oh, do we already have some comments rolling in? Hi, Jake from one of my favorite accounts, NBA Samboy. Hang on, guys. I think I see what the problem is. I just need to reconnect this to a different port. How about this one? Okay. Hopefully that does the trick. Kevin's commenting, geez, not off to a good start. This is what we like to call prep work. We still got 20 minutes before the actual show starts. So, thank you all for hopping in. Kevin, I mean, if you could give us a shot of the field, maybe, if you can get into the locker room, so any content from the stadium, we'd appreciate to just throw on here, Mr. Kevin. All right. How am I sounding audio wise? If you can get into the locker room, so any content from the stadium, we'd appreciate. All right. So let me put on the watch party layout. And if you Kevin just texted me, he's like, dude, I'm not there. And I'm like, I know, that's the joke. Gotta say though, Kevin was at what games was he at? He was at Western Kentucky, he was at Middle Tennessee. Correct me if I'm forgetting another, Kevin, but I think, just to go to both 100 Miles of Hate games, that is a big bueno. That's pretty cool. All right. I've learned. I got to make the Sam Houston section separate. Okay. Now I have to share the stat thing here. And all right, here we go. Perfect. The stats will show up as they're attended. How does this going to look on Instagram? I need to check on Instagram because Instagram lone road wins of the season. I've been there. I guess Kevin. Oh no! So if you're not there, what does that mean, Kevin? FIU's dropping the ball today. Is that what you're telling me, Kev? Kevin, by the way, will be joining us for both the halftime show and the post game show. Which should hopefully both be pretty entertaining. So I have some stuff here. That's good. Okay, I guess we're good on Instagram. Although, I mean, for some reason they've changed the formatting on IG. Like it's different now. I don't know how to explain it, but like Instagram has their own unique formatting for StreamYard broadcasts. So yeah. All right. So since the stats are up and running, let me try to get ESPN up and running so that we can tune in and watch this bad boy. Because in case you didn't know, this is on ESPN Plus today, 1:00 kick. FIU 10 and a hook favorites. Wow, on the road. I get that that's probably justified because of not just how good FIU has been, but how bad the Panther or the Bearkats have been. But geez, just seeing that next to FIU's logo is kind of nuts. I'm not gonna. All right. Can I? What? Okay. Live and upcoming. Let's get to FIU here on ESPN Plus, and I can get set up so that there should be no problems. But let me also, I got to do my best to advertise this real quick. So you already know I'm dropping it in the roundtable group chat. I'm dropping it in the college huddle group chat. And you all won't be able to see this, but I am even dropping it into the CUSA hellscape that is that one group chat, which I can't even talk about. All right, we'll check out social media in a sec, see what's cooking there. Let me just get this all set up. Perfect. I still have to send the links out to our potential guests this afternoon. I have potentially 3 lined up. One of them is a lock. The other 2, actually, I'd say 2 is a lock. One of them maybe not. We'll see. Hang on. Now I got to check the lighting. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say that's good. Let me get those out. So which guests that I have planned are Paws Up legends? Two of them are. One of them, I don't think we've ever actually talked to, but he is I'd say a big part of the FIU landscape, at least on social media. He does great work there. Now, okay, I'll send that out. So two of them are ready. I have to send that link out via email to the final person, which is no problem. Okay. We finally found it. FIU Sam Houston. This event has not started yet, but I have access to stream it. Let's flippin' go. So I know the first time I think the first part. So the first watch party was for Western Kentucky. I had some problems getting it ready to go for that game, but for the others, I should be a-okay. So let me just go ahead and send the link out to our final potential guest. That's the link. Kevin, Kevin. Where's my link? All right, here. Damn, you'll get to watch me send it to you IRL in real time. There you go. Now leave me alone. I'm just kidding. I love you, Kevin. All right, now let me actually send this out. So during today's episode, we'll also be tracking the rest of Conference USA, see how they're doing, along with potentially how the CUSA title game is going to end up being. There's a few scenarios that have to happen for one of three teams to secure a spot, being Jack State, Kennesaw, and Western Kentucky. That'll be fun to check out too. We talked about this. All right, perfect. We'll check that out as the game goes. But here again, here is what needs to happen. Here we go. So if Jack State beats Western Kentucky today, they will be the team that hosts the CUSA title game, and they will be taking on Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State takes on Liberty, so just keep that in mind. Jack State takes on Western, and then Kennesaw State takes on Liberty today. So Liberty will have to play spoiler and try to help out both Jack State and Western Kentucky. Now here's the second scenario. If Western Kentucky beats Jack State today and Liberty beats Kennesaw State, so I think we need two upsets to happen there, then we'll get a rematch of this game that's about to start later on today, Jack State and Western. We'll do it all over again in Bowling Green. I think the game today between Western and Jack State is in Jacksonville, Alabama. But if Western wins today on the road and Liberty knocks off Kennesaw, then it'll be today's game, but flipped around. And now the final scenario is if if Western Kentucky beats Jack State, again, it would be an upset. And if Kennesaw beats Liberty, then Western Kentucky will still host the CUSA title game, but instead of Jack State, they'll take on Kennesaw State. So what's the most likely outcome here? It's got to be Jack State. It's got to be the top one. It's being a rematch of the rivalry, Kennesaw State and Jack State. That's what I feel is the most likely. I think Kevin and I did our predictions, and that's still what we have happening. So I'm going to say that's still the most likely situation for this to happen. And I think it would be a great matchup, a rematch of the game that happened like last week or a couple weeks ago. So I'd be all for it, last week. So I'm down for that. But obviously, we have a game to worry about in Houston between the FIU Panthers and the Sam Houston Bearkats. So without further ado, let's doom scroll a bit and check out what's going on social media as we try to get a little bit excited here for this game. Now, storylines-wise, there's not a whole lot of storylines, really. I mean, FIU will just want to win 7 games in the regular season. Selfishly, I want that to happen because of Willie Simmons' trademark record as the head coach of D1 football teams being a winning record. So if you win this, and unfortunately you lose the bowl game, FIU will still finish with a 7-6 record. His streak will continue, just now in FBS. So funny graphic. The Panthers have question marks over their heads because they have no clue what the hell a Bearcat is. And let's be honest, neither do any of us. Here's something fun. Oh, it's the boys. Copyrighted music. I don't want to risk it. All right. But you can see they're getting there to the Shell Energy Stadium. This is an MLS stadium because for those who don't know, Sam Houston's on-campus stadium in Huntsville is undergoing some serious renovations. So they've moved every game this season at home for them has been played here. So that's the situation there. And it also explains why attendance has not been great for Sam Houston because Huntsville to downtown Houston, where the stadium is located, is like an hour away or something like that. So unfortunate situation for them. I talked about it with Ben Sorrells of March to the Pod. It is what it is, but I think the final results of that stadium, it will look pretty nice. And now the Biscayne Blues, this was a shock. FIU's rocking the Biscayne Blue helmets again, which is actually pretty cool. And Sam Houston's rocking the normal orange. So we're going to have a color-on-color uniform matchup today, which is really cool. I think it's going to look great once we get this game rolling. And I wish we had more of those, to be honest, because I think it's actually really neat. But I digress. Here are your captains for today. Jaleel Davis, Trey Wilhoit, and Kenton Simmons all leading the charge for the Panthers today. That's a cool shot. It's like behind some seats. This does look like a cool stadium, just to keep it real. It's just, they got cup holders too. That's nice. I do kind of feel bad for the Sam Houston faithful because they basically don't have a home stadium this year, which is a little unfortunate for them. Kevin literally just sent me a tweet to check out as if I wasn't just going there. So here we go. This is the big story. Per the FIU radio broadcast, Kewan Jenkins will make his first start since October the 29th. Joe Pazanski is out with something. Maybe it could be injury. It could be that you want him to rest. Don't risk a serious injury in this game, but Kewan's going to get the keys to the offense today, which I'm not mad about. If there's any offense that Lights could come back from a long rest and absolutely beat up on, it would be this one because of how bad Sam Houston's defense is. Last in CUSA in like every meaningful stat. Total yards per game, passing defense, rush defense, points per game allowed. They are last in every stat in CUSA. Probably bottom 5, bottom 10 in most stats and just all of FBS. So you can see there's quite a bit of people not playing today, which is a little bit scary to see guys like Dwight Nunu and Patterson and those kind of, basically Patterson and Nunu and Bruton, I'd say, are some of the biggest pieces out alongside Pizanski. But I still feel confident that the Panthers will get this done because Sam Houston, and granted, any given Saturday, a college football team can beat another college football team that they are clearly not better than. We saw that FIU against Western Kentucky, although FIU are the top dogs of USA in my heart. So you never know what's going to happen, but they're definitely not making it any easier on themselves with all these players out. And again, maybe it's a good thing because the big game is going to be the bowl game, and they want him to be there. All this stuff. God, I've seen this photo like 3 times. Kevin, don't repost your own articles, or don't repost your own tweets, bro. Come on now. Let's keep it professional. And why is this guy the first guy I see when I go into your account, man? I want to see something different. Gosh. All right. Check out some other social media stuff. The Centel account, going at it as per the usual. I don't like it. I don't either, but I mean, there's not much we can do. And FIU, in most positions, especially the ones that some players are out, they got depth. And if you're worried about Key One, I think you'll be fine. Listen, I could put you out there as the quarterback, and you might have a positive stat line. Let's keep it real. That's how bad Sam Houston's defense is. Like, I'm not going to go too crazy here. I think, well, how's the all right. I think that's enough. So thinks that's enough Ekis. So let me put up the stats back again. There we go. And now let me actually adjust my things there. So that's supposed to go there. That is... All right. Lighting's going to be best right here. Okay, good enough. And this has to go on the other side of my screen. So, all right, it's time to get excited, Panther Nation. We are about 5 minutes out from this game kicking off between the FIU Panthers and the Sam Houston Bearkats. It's thankfully not a very stress-free game from the perspective of are we getting into a bowl game or not. We are. We know we are, regardless of what happens today. But I still think we're going to get a win today. So I'm getting stoked. Check everything once again. Want to make sure everything and absolutely everything and anything is ready for this Paws Up watch party. Perfect. I think we're good to go, ladies and gents. So thank you all so much for potentially spending some time with me today as we hopefully get ready to watch the FIU Panthers and the regular season on a high note before they get into their bowl game. And again, this game today, whether you end the season with 6 or 7 wins, can make an impact on, all right, which bowl game is FIU going to go to? I think the obvious narrative we'd like to see is FIU staying in a bowl game here in South Florida, whether it's the Boca Bowl, the Cure Bowl, or something else. Staying in Florida is nice. We can all go there like one big happy family. And hopefully we can we can do this. I know what you mean, but you have to assume that even bad teams get a little better. That is true. Sam Houston was doing that. They beat Oregon State. They beat Delaware. They were getting better, but then they lost to Middle Tennessee last week. So all that momentum kind of just went out the toilet. I understand Sam Houston has a chance of winning today, but I still do feel confident in my Panthers. So we're just going to have to wait and see what they're going to do. Can the stats just hurry up and load? I mean, we're like 5 minutes out. All right, then, everybody. So we're at now officially 4 minutes out. I'm going to take a quick break, get right back here, ready to go for some college football between the FIU Panthers and the Sam Houston Bearkats. I'll catch y'all in a little bit. All righty, everybody. Welcome back to the Paws Up Watch Party as we are getting set to go here from Huntsville or from Houston, Texas, as the FIU Panthers getting ready to take on the Sam Houston Bearkats. Well, I make sure I'm set up here. No, stay like that. Perfect. So here's what I don't like about ESPN Plus. It's 12:59 and it still says this event has not started. Like, just get us in. If for some reason, okay, I think we're actually going to get to go here. Okay, your event's starting soon. All right. We're going to go. I don't know what's going on with Houston's end, but I wouldn't be shocked if a lot's going wrong for Sam Houston this season, including the stats. So what were our predictions, Kevin? If you're still here, what were our score predictions for this game? I'm going to need to check my my positive preview that I wrote. Uh-oh. Are we good to go? Oh, I hear voices. We're good to go. Shell Energy Stadium. The FIU Panthers and the Sam Houston Bearkats. 6-5 Cats, the 2-9 Bearkats. Is there a slight audio delay in the? Yeah, it looks fine. All right. We have some audio rolling. My prediction for this game was FIU 31, Sam Houston 7. Now, considering the people who are not playing, including Pazensky, Do I consider that changing that last minute? I might go 24-7. Anyway. Uh-oh. Talking about Joe P. Zansky's out. So they're saying it's a toe injury from last Saturday. This according to the sideline reporter. Jenkins has been nursing a rib injury that he suffered against Missouri State. He's getting the start today. So, here's the thing. There are worse quarterbacks to have backing up Pazansky than Kewan Jenkins, man. I think he's going to be ready to go today. I think he's going to have a good game. He's going to play like he's been wanting to be the starter for the last few weeks, but hasn't had the opportunity to do so. I think he's going to come in and dominate today. I feel good about that, especially against the defense that they are playing today in Sam Houston. But I digress. Stats aren't working to my right here. I have no idea why. I guess it's probably just a thing going on there. I mean, there's so many things going wrong with Sam Houston this season. I didn't really think the stats would be one of them, but I digress. So thank you all so much for spending some time today as we get going here for the Paws Up watch party. We have a few guests lined up as the show progresses, starting with one at the start of the 10 minutes to go or so in the first quarter. I think y'all are gonna have fun talking to him. Weather-wise, it's 73 in Houston, but there are some light showers in the area in what is not a packed stadium at all. Oh my gosh. But look at how cool it is. You have a little bit of canopy areas for the sidelines so the fans don't get too wet. That's not bad. So, all right. Here we go. I guess we'll have to figure out when stats get going as they go, but they're just not right now. So FIU is going to get the ball first. So Sam Houston will start off the second half with the football. And we are underway. FIU versus Sam Houston. We have a return brewing here that's going to get taken out. It's a good angle all the way to the 30. Nice way to start this drive. So we're going to get our first look at Kewan Jenkins. Once again, starting for FIU at quarterback. Joe Pazansky is out today. Don't even ask me who's going to be the backup to Kewan, if it even comes to that. I hope it doesn't. And I'm just hoping he has a great game. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Okay, fine. 29-yard line. Jenkins, it's going to be a handoff to Keyshawn Owens. Grabs about 3-4 yards. Not a bad start. But I do want to see Jenkins throw the ball. I want to see, hopefully, his improvement from earlier this season when not everything was clicking for lights. Hopefully, he can turn that around at least just one more time in this game today against Sam Houston. A hungry Sam Houston team, nonetheless. You know they're going to want to win this. Lights. Fakes. Is throwing left, and it's going to be caught inbounds by McGuire Anderson. What a beautiful play there. Kewan pump fakes, goes deep to the left. It's going to be caught inbounds. Just like that, a pretty nice pickup to start this drive on offense for the FIU Panthers. And the fact that the stats aren't loading honestly infuriates me, but there's nothing I can really. I might need to swap to ESPN or something, go to their stat page. Maybe it's working there. Kewan is going to have to move. He's going to escape, and he's got some room to run to the 40, to the 30. He's got a convoy. 20-yard line, 50-10. He's stayed in bounds down to the 5. What a run by Jenkins. Oh, my gosh. He does not look like a quarterback dealing with injuries on that run. So look at this. Great move there. A good shimmy to get away from the tacklers. He just keeps going. Some A1 awful tackling by the Sam Houston defense. Keyshawn Owens gets tackled. The ball comes out, rolls out of bounds. This was on 1st and goal. I think, regardless, I think Owens was down before the ball came out, but okay. FIU tried to catch Sam Houston lacking there on what was a crazy good play by Keywan Jenkins there. Oh my gosh. So here we go. 2nd down. They're at the 4-yard line. Pass, caught, touchdown! Panthers. Dallas Payne gets the catch on an easy play. He was wide open left side of the end zone. And that is just about as perfect a start as you can get on offense for FIU. They're an extra point away from being up 7-0, 12:46 to go in the first. Jenkins looked damn good on that first drive, both passing and rushing. 2 big plays, a deep pass to McGuire, perfectly thrown, perfectly placed, good catch, and then a nice run by Jenkins out of the pocket. Extra point is good. Just like that, the Panthers are up 7-0 on the Bearkats. How about it? You love to see it. Great start here for this FIU team. All right, I might have to abandon the stat broadcast from Sam Houston because for some reason it's just not working. So maybe I'll just try maybe ESPN stats for this game are working maybe a little bit better. But that was a beauty for FIU to start. Okay. I guess I'm just going to have to use this. So let's take a look at that drive. I'm using the ESPN site. Jenkins, he gets 23 yards passing on that 19-yard reception to McGuire Anderson, then the 4-yard touchdown pass to Dallas Payne. Keyshawn Owens gets 5 yards, but Jenkins on the ground with that 42-yard rush immediately set up FIU in the red zone. And they punch it in. No questions asked. Now we're going to have to see what this Sam Houston defense or offense can do to try to answer. I mean, until this they get the maybe their stat broadcast isn't even working this season because they're not on campus. I don't know. But I'm going to switch over to the ESPN feed here because at least it looks like that's working. So there we go. I mean, that's just going to have to do for today until the stat broadcast gets sorted out, if it ever does. I mean, it's not bad. You get to see some scores up there in the top. That's kind of neat. 9-6, Ohio State's beating Michigan. Miami's beating Pitt 10-7. Anything else interesting? I think Pat McAfee picked West Virginia over Texas Tech. That's not turning out to be a good decision on his part. Willie Simmons, I think you had the offense ready to play today, man. Holy hell. They were firing on all cylinders. I'm getting no. Here we go. 7-0. Panthers ready to kick off. Send this out to Sam Houston, see what their offense can do. Sam Houston's offense is technically not the worst in Conference USA, or maybe there are. I think they have the least amount of overall yards in CUSA. Passing-wise, they're not great. Rushing-wise, they're not terrible, but I think FIU is going to be ready for anything they throw on the run today. And Landon Locke. This has been a QB carousel for Sam Houston these last couple of weeks. They've landed on Landon Locke, who has been okay. We'll see what he can do today against this FIU defense that has played some of the best quarterbacks that Group of Five football has to challenge the Panthers with. So we'll see what he can do here. All right, 1st and 10, lock. It's going to be a handoff, breaks through the first wave of tacklers. And that's going to be enough for a first down, first play. Oh boy. They're going to go hurry up here. Another run breaks through the line. So it's going to be yet another first down on a pair of rushes here for the Bearcats. That's already something FIU's defense might need to adjust moving forward. Coco Brown is their rushing attack so far. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bearcats. They're already at midfield. This is going to be a pass up the middle. It's going to be caught. I think it's going to be just short of the line to gain. My yeah, it's going to be 1st and 10 for. My first guest is telling me he didn't receive the email, which is not a great sign. So great. Try to resend it here. 2nd and 5 for Sam Houston. He's going to the end zone. Oh my gosh. I think he's going to be short at the 1 yard line. Oh, is it a touchdown? I think they're going to rule that a touchdown. Uh, Defense kind of got shredded there. I know they're missing some guys, but damn. Are they going to review? Okay, so the officials say the runner was short. They're going to take a look at this. The score bug said it was a touchdown. So regardless of if this is a touchdown or not, really good first drive for Sam Houston here. Both teams' offenses looking sharp early on. So it's going to be like 1st and goal at the 1 yard line for Sam Houston. Play action, throwing it away on 1st and goal. Okay. Hopefully, our first guest can get in here pretty soon. Should be pretty fun talking to him. 2nd and goal now for Sam Houston. The ball's at the 1 yard line. Handoff. He's in. Is he? Yes. Coco Brown. That's a touchdown for Sam Houston. I mean, that was a great drive for Sam Houston. Hate to see it, but why did James start at quarterback today? Because Pazanski apparently is dealing with a toe injury he suffered last week. They don't want to risk anything, make it worse before the bowl game. So they're throwing in Jenkins today. On that first drive, he looked pretty good. So we'll see if they can sustain that moving forward. It looks like they might have to, with how many players are out on defense for FIU today. Important players, at least. So, all right, 10:30 to go. All right, 7-all in this game between FIU and Sam Houston. Still very early on. Hmm. This is kind of neat. You get to see the local commercials from like Houston, Texas. Sammy's shopping at a supermarket right now. Oh boy. I knew I was forgetting something. It was I don't have my fans set up. All right, after this next drive, I'll try to get that rolling. Oh boy, who's out on defense for FIU? It should be a few of the it should be most of their starters, but they are missing a couple of important guys today. I'll pull up the list again here from Kevin, but Kevin text tweeted out the injury report. But yeah, Antonio Patterson, one of our DBs, is out. Dwight Nunu is also out. Todrick Bruton is out. Anthony Smith, one of our D linemen, is out. We have a few guys out on defense. I'm not going to hold you. Still, that looked a little bit too easy for Sam Houston there. I'm not going to lie. Granted, it looked pretty easy for FIU on offense too. So, say la vie, we move on here. FIU is going to have to figure that out on defense. Offensively, I mean, they looked damn good that first drive. Let's see if they can sustain it here on their second shot at the end zone. I like hearing all this talk. FIU has clinched bowl eligibility for the first time since 2019. Oh, the stat broadcast for Sam Houston's finally working again. Let me throw that on there. I definitely prefer this over ESPN. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh. We have our first guest of the show. Righty here. Key one throws. It's going to be incomplete, a little bit behind him. But we have our first guest of the show. It is none other than the great Michael Biamonte. How are you doing, my friend?
What's going on, Jake? Excited to be with you.
I'm excited you're here. It's this farewell tour has been pretty exciting for you, Michael B. I'm glad the Panthers have made it exciting these last couple of games with wins over Jack State and Liberty to secure bowl. It feels like a perfect Cinderella way to send you off, Michael.
I don't know that I could have asked for a better last home game to announce than Jacksonville State, a big win, beating the undefeated conference team and earning a bowl berth. That was fantastic.
It's something that we might not forget for a while, just because of how long it took us to get here. 2019 was the last time we went bowling, Mike B.
Yeah, it has been a while, Jake, and certainly we enjoyed those teams that earned bowl bids. But man, oh man, we were hungry to get back there, and I'm so happy for Coach Simmons and all the guys on the team, and really just took a season that at some point I'm guessing Panther fans all everywhere were wondering, are we going to win 4 games again this year? And then the next thing you know, we go on a little bit of a run and become bowl eligible, have a chance to get our 7th win right now against Sam Houston. So it looks like it started out as a barn burner. Both teams on their first possessions scored touchdowns. So let's see what's going to happen here. And then the surprise, I guess, to everyone was kind of the last minute scratch of Joe Pizanski and the insertion of our old friend Kewan Jenkins back behind center.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a 3-and-out for the Panthers there on offense. They'll have to punt this away, see if the defense can get some stuff rolling here. So, Mike, I wanted to ask you, how often do you actually get an opportunity to actually speak and talk with players and coaches outside of just being at the games? Obviously, we see where you're cooped up when you're actually calling these games. Have you had a chance to, maybe talk to some of the players? Maybe some of the players haven't had a chance to talk to you, be like, hey, I'd like you to pronounce my name this way, or maybe something similar to some other players.
Yeah, I really don't have an opportunity, Jake, to interact with the coaches and players very much. Obviously, on game day, where my spot is, and for our viewers out there, I am in one of the press boxes, which overlooks the east end zone. So I'm about as far over to the end of the field as possible. Yeah. And so I would have no chance to interact with them on a game day. I have had limited opportunities when we do events out in the public, in the community. So I have had a chance to visit a little bit with Coach Simmons and with Kewan, but that's on a very limited basis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm always interested about things like that. I actually, to be honest, now I want to ask the same question, but related to the Miami Heat. Have you ever had a player come up to you either right before a game or maybe somewhere else, be like, hey, I love the way you announce my name. I think it's awesome. Or, hey, would you mind doing it this way?
Yeah, I had one player in my whole career with the Miami Heat come up to me, old school guy by the name of John Sally.
How about that?
And John Sally came to me his first game with the Heat and was very clear in his conversation with me. He said, my name is to be announced as Spider Sally, not John Sally. So don't ever call me John Sally. Call me Spider Sally. And that was pretty much it. The only one that ever came to me with something. Thankfully, in my 35 years, I never offended any of our Heat players that came to me and said, hey, can you say it differently? So it's worked out pretty well.
I've always been interested about that, especially considering where you announce the Heat games, you're practically courtside, so the players certainly easier than most sports to walk up to be like, how they prefer to announce this. So, Mike, I wanted to ask you. Obviously, you're hanging up the vocal cords for both the Miami Heat and FIU football. I just wanted to ask you. I believe you made the decision about a month ago. How long did it really take you before then to realize that, this is probably going to be it? Had a good run. It's finally time to hang them up.
Yeah, Jake, I started really giving this serious consideration a little over a year ago as we went into the start of last NBA season. Sat down with my wife and talked to her about it a little bit. And she was great. She said, I'm here to visit with you and talk to you about it as much as you want, but this has to be your decision. And so I kind of took a look at all the positives and negatives of retiring. And as I went through last season with the Heat, I kept going back to that list and saying, okay, do I still feel the same way? Do I still feel the same way? And I would say by the time I got to March of this year, I had
Mhm.
made up my mind that this season we're in now would be my last. And so I met with the Heat organization in August and let them know that this year was going to be my last year. We announced it publicly the day before the home opener of the season, and then I made an announcement live at the home opener at the Kaseya Center, the Heat Knicks
Yeah.
game, and then from there, I reached out to the folks over at FIU and let them know that this was going to be my last season as well. So it was a decision I took very seriously, and I took a long time, make sure I was making the right choice.
And certainly it's going to be something that even the casual Heat fans are going to miss because of how critical you've been to like the image of the Miami Heat, like game in and game out. I wanted to ask you, when you're walking like on the sidewalk or going to your local Publix or doing that, like how often do people not just recognize you but ask you to say something in your Heat voice?
I get that a little bit. A lot of times, some of these strange requests, Jake, really just make me laugh as I am right now.
Yeah,
I've had people uh, have a cell phone calling someone on the other line and then handing me their phone to say something to them. And the funniest thing is guys who call their girlfriends or their wives and then hand me the phone and say, "Hey, can you say my name in the phone to my wife or my girlfriend?" I mean, it's absolutely hysterical. And I mean, my friends always ask me, "Don't you ever get sick and tired of that?" And I always told them, "No, it's when they stop asking you to do that is when you need to worry about it. You know, as long as they want you to keep doing it, that's great. That works out fine." So I do get asked that every now and then obviously some hardcore old school Heat fans will want
yeah,
maybe one of the older Heat players that maybe a lot of
yeah.
our audience have never heard of before, only just in Heat lore. Um,
Yeah.
and so I'm happy to do that as well.
While you were going there, Sam Houston's offense crossed midfield, went for it on 4th and 4, passes incomplete. So it's going to be a turnover on downs. FIU will get the ball back on points given up there on that
I
drive.
love it. I love it. Way to go. Let's hear it for the defense.
Yeah, woo! Um, what game is easier to call to announce live, basketball or football?
I would say football is a little easier only because, although in the last few years, the speed of the game, teams are playing a lot
Yeah.
faster, but it's just not as fast as an NBA game. Uh,
Mhm.
the speed of the NBA game is unlike anything I've ever announced before. And so I would say
Yeah.
doing football is a little bit easier because you have a play and you know when that play is going to happen, and you know you're going to have an offensive call and a defensive call, and then you go
Right.
from there. Basketball a little bit faster. You've got to multitask a little more. There's an unlimited number of options that I might have to announce based on a play. Is there a foul? Is there a turnover? Is there a basket? What is it? And so I would say football's a little bit easier, but they both have some nuance to them. And I'm the kind of guy that I don't want to make any mistakes, so I definitely focus in on whatever game I'm calling at that point.
I need to ask the same question to Steve Goldstein. Hear his answer as far as calling FIU football or the Florida Panthers hockey. Florida Panthers obviously breakneck speed. I'm interested to hear his response there. So
Yeah, that
same
would be
to you, by
interesting. I
the
can
way.
see, I'm speed, obviously, just watching a hockey game. I can only imagine that puck moves so fast. Um,
Mhm.
and as a TV or radio guy, you've got to pretty much identify where it is at all times.
Definitely. By the way, FIU starting to approach the red zone here. This Panthers offense, they had to punt their last time out. That first drive was immaculate. They're starting to replicate that this drive. Michael, here's going to be a tough question for you to answer. What is the most difficult name you've ever had to announce? The one that gave you the most time you've had to spend studying to make sure you got it right?
Well, that the most recent one would have to be the Milwaukee Bucks, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yes.
That one kind of took me the longest to look at and try to figure out. And from talking to the PR guys at Milwaukee, they're great. But they laugh with me. They say, listen, there's 29 other PA guys outside of Milwaukee in the NBA. And so there's probably 29 different interpretations of Giannis's name that we all have. And they kind of laugh it off. But that one is a tough one. You've got a lot of letters, a lot of consonants that don't look like they belong next to each other in the name. And, it makes it hard to figure out, well, is this one silent? Is this one not silent? Is this one, so that's probably the toughest that I've had. I mean, you look at his last name on the back of his jersey, it goes from number to number. It's like a giant rainbow back there. It's a lot of letters.
Yeah, it certainly is. By the way, 1st and goal now for the FIU Panthers. Unfortunately, a false start slowing the process here a little bit, but FIU is looking to score here to retake the lead as we about to go under 4 minutes here in the first half. Michael, what are you going to miss the most about the game day experience for either FIU football or the Miami Heat?
Yeah, it's going to be the folks that I work with because those are the people you build a relationship with. You had a chance to come up to the booth and visit with me recently. It's all of those people that are involved. The step. We got a touchdown.
You wait till you see what Keyone just did. He looks like he's about to go down for a sack, breaks the tackle, stays on his feet, and throws to a wide open Alex Perry in the end zone. A beautiful touchdown.
How about that? His second touchdown pass of the day. The first one went to Payne. This one goes to Perry, who was the hero in last week's game at Jacksonville State. He has been phenomenal for us.
He certainly has. So a great play there. FIU is going to retake the lead here, 14-7, pending this extra point. But please continue.
Yeah, it's the people. Talking about FIU, the stats crew who works up in that booth. They're my eyes for the game because of the fact of the sight lines. They're basically announcing the game for me. I'm listening to them, and then I'm interpreting their stats to tell all of our fans. And then it's also the people in production, the ones that are playing the videos and playing the music and DJ M. I mean, all of these guys that I worked with and continue to with the Miami Heat as well. Just phenomenal people and lifelong friends and so I'll miss that. And to be fair, after making a decision like this, there's certainly a lot of things that I'm not going to miss anymore. And the biggest thing that I've been telling people is, I'm ready to do what I want to do in life when I want to do it, not when the schedule says I can do it. And so, after 35 years with the Heat and a total of 25 years at FIU between basketball and football, I'm ready to have my own schedule, not somebody else's.
But let's say this, say a friend or someone asks you, like, hey, can you do something at my wedding, bar mitzvah, party, whatever the case may be? Are you like Batman, just ready to hop on it, give the old vocal cords one more crack at it?
On a one-off like that, I certainly would give it some serious consideration. I appreciate the fact that people ask me to be a part of a big day like that, like a wedding or a bar mitzvah. So I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to take any more requests. I'll definitely leave that door cracked open just a little bit.
I was just curious there. By the way, I guess you're one of the few people that have the pleasure of not only working with DJ M. at one location, but also two, since he also does quite a bit of Miami Heat stuff. Do you have a fun DJ M. story over the years?
M. and I have known each other. Gosh, it's got to be over 20 years, maybe 25. And the one thing that I just kind of always brings a smile to my face is M. and I sat down one day and he asked me, he said, hey, listen, how do you save your voice? How do you not lose your voice after you're announcing all these games? I said, well, it's pretty easy, but I have one rule that I live by, and it's on game day. First of all, I don't do any work on game day with my voice. And as much as I don't even really answer the phone or talk to people very much. And he said, really? I said, yeah, it's the best way to keep your voice ready for the night. And ever since we had that conversation, he always comes back to me and says, you know what? I started following your advice. I don't take gigs on game days, and I try to stay quiet. He said, I don't even answer the phone like you. So I'm like, all right, don't call DJ M. Dot or me on a game day because we're not going to answer. So
obviously, you have to. It's a media world. You usually have to retain neutrality as the game goes on, especially as an announcer. You can't like accidentally slip up and root for one team over the other. But what was the biggest moment in your announcing career, say for the Heat, where you were almost ready to crack because of either a disaster or something amazing happening on the court, that you were about to just stop turning into Michael B, the announcer, but turn into Michael B, the fan?
Yeah, there was two, Jake, one on each end of the spectrum. We'll go with the bad one first.
I think can I make a prediction?
Yeah, sure.
Game 6 against Boston, Eastern Conference Finals.
Actually, there's one that's worse than that, but it does go way back. So I'm not surprised that you would have picked the Boston one with Paul Pierce. That was horrible. But the one that really messed me up for a couple of weeks was, at the time, we were only playing 5-game series. We played the Knicks.
Yeah.
And it was game 5. It was a last-second shot, up by 1. Knicks had the ball, and a player by the name of Allen Houston made a basket for the Knicks to win the game at the buzzer, crushed the Heat. We were the number 1 seed at the time. They were the number 8 seed at the time. It was just awful. And that one, I just tried to deadpan his name so bad in hopes that nobody really heard me say it. Now, the other side of that coin.
Can I make a prediction for this?
Of
side?
Course. I think you're going to get this one right.
Dwayne Wade game winner against Golden State.
Huh. That one's close. The stakes are what make this one I'm going to tell you the number 1 for me. And it was the NBA Finals, Game 6 against the San Antonio Spurs. Heat down by 3 and miss a shot. Chris Bosh gets the rebound, passes it out to Ray Allen, 3. And I belted that out, Jake, as loud as I could. And I don't know if anybody in the arena actually heard it because it was so loud in there.
Yes.
That I don't think anybody heard me even say his name. But that one, without a doubt, that one, I will say there were some great Dwayne Wade moments. There were so many Dwayne Wade moments in his career. The This Is My House one against Chicago, the one you mentioned with the double clutch kind of just throw against Golden State that somehow went in the basket. He had, in his early years with us, he had some circus shots driving into the basket. I remember one against Detroit in the Eastern Conference Finals when I pulled out for the first time because he had gotten fouled. And he made some shot by throwing it over his head. He wasn't even looking at the basket. And so normally it would be basket by Dwayne Wade is good. But that wasn't enough. So I came up with the basket by Dwayne Wade is incredible. And so that kind of started that. And every time he would make some kind of circus shot like that, it would be incredible. And then I'd have to up it as he did a better job of it. It went from incredible to unbelievable. It was so much fun.
What's the biggest piece of advice you would give to whoever has the big shoes to fill to replace you at both the Kaseya Center and Pitbull Stadium?
Yeah, I think, Jake, the most important thing is for that person to just be themselves. Don't come in and try to copy or match what was there. You need to bring your style, your personality. It doesn't have to be exactly the same as what we've been doing. It shouldn't be. It should be different. It should sound different, and it should be you. So be yourself and bring that to your audition and show the team that you can do the job with a style that isn't mine, is different, and that there's nothing wrong with that. I was different. from the guy who was there with the Heat before I started. And look at what happened 35 years later. It's been good.
Yeah, it certainly has. How are you preparing for the final game? Oh, hey, hold up. Jenkins throwing to the end zone incomplete, but the FIU offense is looking sharp here as it looks.
All right, so they held Sam Houston, got the ball back, and we're moving again.
Yeah, the Bearkats had to punt the ball. The defense, after that first drive on defense, the Panthers have locked them up the last two. So just how are you preparing for that?
Boy, Jake,
final 2 minutes.
I've thought about it a little bit, but there's a lot in between that's really not letting me focus on it. Number one, I got about 30 games in the regular season that I'm going to have to do still. So, I'm not really doing a countdown. And the other thing is the way that we've structured it with the team is whenever the Heat season is over, not the regular season, the season, that will be it for me. So, if you can make it to the playoffs, how far do you go in the playoffs? So there's too many things to think about to start saying, how am I going to do on my last game? I don't even know when my last game is going to be.
True. Could be.
So I'm trying not to think about that. And the more I think about that, the less I can focus on like tonight's game. I got, the Pistons are in town. So I'm looking forward to seeing Duncan Robinson again. That ought to be nice to see our old friend Duncan back.
All right, real quick here. 3rd and 10 at the 35-yard line. Jenkins. Ooh, he's got time in the pocket. Rolling around. Jenkins. Oh, my gosh, Jenkins. He looks like Lamar. It's going to be a throw out to Perry. Running to the 35, 20, 10, 5. He's going to get in. Touchdown, Panthers.
Yes.
What a play by Jenkins and Perry. Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Oh my God. Amazing.
Jenkins and Perry are looking like prime Tua and Tyreek right now.
Holy my goodness gracious. Look at that. Way to go, guys.
I wanted to ask you, when was the last time you went as a fan to a Miami Heat game?
I had my family had season tickets the very first year, and so I went to almost every game as a fan. And I took over the gig in the team's 3rd year, so probably the 1st and 2nd and 3rd, I went to games. Since I've been the voice of the Heat, obviously never. There have been games that my backup has filled in for me in the preseason just to give him a little bit of seasoning, letting him do some stuff. It's Luis Perez, who Luis does some PA work for FIU, so Panther fans will recognize that name and voice. But it's going to be a different world for me, Jake, starting next season. I do plan on keeping my season tickets for FIU football, and my wife and I are going to come to games. And the last time I was a fan at an FIU football game was probably 16 years ago. So it's going to be strange. It's going to be very strange.
Yeah, certainly for FIU, don't be a stranger. Hopefully there will be some great memories to come at Pitbull Stadium that we still want you to be a part of, even if you're not calling the game from that time.
Well, thank you, Jake. And I've got a little bit of breaking news for everyone that's watching and listening to us today. There has been some discussion, and we will find a date where I'm going to be invited back to do one final men's basketball game where I started my career as the voice of men's basketball. The university has been kind and generous enough to ask me if I would like to do one more basketball game before actually retiring. So we are working on figuring out what game that's going to be. I'm going to let the university take care of that, and I'll be back for one more game where it all started for me many years ago. It's going to end there too. So I think that's pretty cool.
That is unbelievably cool, Michael B. What's also cool is that on the extra point, Sam Houston was offsides, so they decided to go for 2, and Keyshawn Owens walks in, grabs 2 points. Now it's 22-7. FIU's offense can do no wrong so far.
Wow, Jake, that's huge. Jake, let me ask you this. When do you think we will know where we're headed in bowl season after today's game?
I think usually we get an idea a few days before the Army Navy game. So once the conference championship games are settled, so we figure out which teams are going to the playoff, which ones are snubbed. And for a case like Conference USA, there are some bowl games that prefer having the CUSA champs as opposed to just a normal member of Conference USA. There's still going to be ways to go. Nothing's set in stone. What I can tell you is that FIU has some say as far as where they would like to go, like what would be their preferred bowl games to go to. And obviously, the closer to home, the better. So games
Right.
like the Boca Raton Bowl in FAU Stadium, the Cure Bowl in Orlando, potentially. Look for those to be potential spots for FIU to land in and take on a team from, the Sun Belt or the American or even the MAC, which they have a great success rate against the MAC, beating Toledo twice, both the Little Caesars Bowl and the Bahamas Bowl. So,
Yes.
yes.
Well, that's exciting. I mean, conversation we haven't been a part of, Jake, for 6 years now, that we're right back in that mix again. And man, it is fun to be in that mix.
Does the hate run deep for Florida Atlantic still after all these years?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Too many years of them smacking us around, whether they're in our conference or not. We need to take care of business with those guys every time we play them in any sport.
I think that's the perfect way to sign you off, Michael. But great news about men's basketball. Well-deserved honor. We can't wait to see which game that is. Hopefully, we find out sooner than later. And Michael, obviously, we're going to miss you at both the Kaseya Center and Pitbull Stadium. But like I said, be sure to come back as soon as you can. As a fan, which will be interesting to you, you get to finally check out those bleachers that we have there at Pitbull Stadium, see what those are like once again. Thank you so much, Michael, for being a friend to the show. And of course, we're all wishing you luck here on your retirement.
Thank you, Jake. It's been a pleasure working with you, and thanks for the invitation onto the show today. And Panthers, let's keep going. Let's take care of Sam Houston, and then we'll move on to the bowl. So happy holidays to all those Panther fans out there, and be well, everybody.
All right, Michael, again, thank you so much, my friend. All righty, that was Michael Biamonte, FIU alum, an announcer for both FIU football and the Miami Heat, as he's getting ready to retire after this season. He's called his last FIU football game, but as he said, he looks like he might show up for one more FIU men's basketball game, as sort of like a farewell tour, if you will, which is great to see. I can't wait to find out what game that'll be. I'm stoked. So, anyway, Sam Houston has the ball, close to midfield, and that's a great run. Oh dear, to the 20-yard line. So this is going to be the end of the first quarter. FIU is going to have to deal with Sam Houston's offense in the red zone once again, but the Panthers' offense is cooking, up by a score of 22-7 right now. So it's the end of the first quarter right now. Again, thanks so much to Michael B. I'm going to take a quick break, get right back here for the second quarter, but your Panthers are winning by a score of 22-7. I'll be right back. All righty, everybody. We are back as we get ready to go here for the second quarter. FIU is winning by a score of 22-7. What's there to report first? Well, I got my fan working, so I mean that's going to be helpful. And Sam Houston is in the red zone, looking to get back here. It's going to be 1st and 10, going to be a handoff, breaks the first wave of tacklers, doesn't get by the second. Going to be short of the first down there. Thanks again to Michael B for hopping on there for the watch party. That was a lot of fun to talk to him. My gosh. So, all right, 2nd and 5 here as we get back to it. Locke going to be yet another handoff. So far, the Sam Houston has had a lot of success on the ground against this Panthers defense. After that first drive, it looked like the Panthers sort of locked up, forced to turn over on downs on their second drive, then a punt on their next. Unfortunately, this drive has not really gone their way so far as they're in the red zone. But it is 3rd down here. Going to be 3rd and short. About 3rd and what appears to be 4. 3rd and 4. Clock's ticking. 14 to go here. Let's see what they do here. I'm guessing a handoff. No, it's going to be a quick pass out to the right. But he's going to be immediately met at the line. He's going to lose some yards there. How about that play? What a great play there made by the Panther in question. Trying to get the name there. I want to give him his flowers. My gosh. Josiah Taylor with the great tackle there to lose yards. It's now 4th and 7. So they're going to attempt a field goal here. Obviously way too far away to be doing any 4th down attempts here to go for it. 4th and 7. Kick is up, and it's good. So it's 22-10 now. Good stop there. Good stop there by the FIU defense just to avoid a little bit more disaster. Now we'll get to see Kewan Jenkins in the offense again, as they've been red hot. Kewan Jenkins to Alex Perry has been Brady to Moss level good so far this game, I gotta say. And now we get a look at Huntsville, Texas, which, wow, that's a big statue of Sam Houston. Holy hell. The actual Sam Houston. Huntsville, Texas. This is a little town that's just an hour south of Houston. That's all in on this dude, Sam Houston. Want to see something weird, chat? This is a Penn State Beppis. How about it? Look at that. It's the whiteout thing. Don't ask me how I got this, but I have been wanting to try this. Tastes like, it's a Penn State can. Tastes a little bit like failure, to be honest. It tastes like it's missing something, like a head coach. Anyway. Thanks for the coverage and the special guest. Hopefully, I have a couple more coming in as this episode goes. Both of them haven't confirmed back to me in a while, but oh well. Anyways. All right. We'll get right back here. Good stuff. So it's 22-10. It's an interesting score because in case you missed it, on that final touchdown, oh, look at this. Delaware putting the brakes on UTEP 17-7. Did Kevin pick UTEP over Delaware? Because if so, I can't remember. But if he did, that's not turning out so good for Kevin right now in predictions. I just had I had a very scary 2-game lead over Kevin in the standings. So I'm hoping that I can secure that this week. Obviously, it doesn't end there. We'll predict who wins the CUSA title game. Then we'll predict every bowl game that that CUSA teams are in to sort of close it out. So, yeah. 13 minutes to go exactly as Sam Houston gets ready to kick this off. FIU signal for a fair catch. Or no, goes back to the end zone, actually. So look at the ball at the 20. Kewan Jenkins. Jenkins is 7 for 11, 135 yards, and 3 touchdowns so far in this game. As he's been slicing through this Sam Houston defense like butter so far. And his main weapon at his disposal has been Alex Perry, who has 112 yards and 2 touchdowns already this game. So we'll see what they do here. Jenkins, going to be a handoff, breaks through a tackle, but might lose a yard there, unfortunately. I think that was Anthony Carey in. Or was it? No, it was Devontae Lyons. How about that? So, second down here. Let me just say, I find it fascinating how both teams are wearing color uniforms, man. Yet another, it's actually a fake. It's going to be a play action pass. Is that enough for the first down? They might rule him short, actually. But that was a great play there. Who caught that pass? That was none other than Justin Cayenne getting the reception there. Is this enough for a first down? I think it's going to be a couple yards short. Third down for FIU here. It's going to be, I think, 3rd and 2 officially. So we'll see if they can pick this up. Yeah, 3rd and 2. Under 12 to go now. Jenkins. That was a great fake, by the way, on that last play. There's a flag. It's a delay of game. Yeah, that's the right call. It's a delay of game on defense for taking so long to substitute that the play clock literally ran out. So there you go. We literally had a conversation with the head of CUSA officiating about the fiasco that was all these delay of games FIU suffered on offense thanks to defensive substitutions against Jacksonville State. Now, it happened again right now, but this time it's a delay of game on the defense. And oh my God, Dallas Payne is wide open to the 20-yard line. Holy crap, Dallas Payne was wide open on the left side of the field. Jenkins got to him, and he made the rest happen there. FIU, if they're not in the red zone, they're right outside. That was a great play there. As once again, FIU is knocking on the scoreboard. It's just a simple rollout to the left. All right, I gotta shut up here. Play action to the end zone. It is off the mark, incomplete. I believe he was going towards McGuire Anderson. Pass was not there. But this offense is hungry right now with Kewan at the helm. Dare I say there's going to be a controversy? No, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. Second and 10 now. Jenkins. Handoff. This time it's actually a handoff, but it's going to be wrapped up, maybe a gain of 2, so it's going to be 3rd and pretty long. Let's see what they do here. It's going to be 3rd and long. I mean, FIU's offense has been incredible in the red zone so far today, but this is going to be a tough task. It's 3rd and 8. Jenkins rolling back. He's got time, but no one's open. Now he's going to have to move. This might be a holding penalty, though. Jenkins is going to get past a few guys, and he's going to get close to the line to gain. But there were a couple of flags there. So there were actually 2 flags thrown on that. So I'm curious to see how this all ends up. I'm assuming one is going to be a hold on FIU. So can this siren in the background have a day off, man? Oh. Oh, there were 2 penalties on FIU. Great. So there were 2 holding penalties on FIU in this game. Great. Or in this play. So it's 3rd and 18. I don't know, man. Just don't turn the ball over here. Maybe set up an easier field goal attempt for Grant. Jenkins throwing, and it's intercepted. Jenkins throws a devious pick there at the 2-yard line. I literally just said, whatever you do, don't turn the ball over and set up something easier for your kicker. Instead, Jenkins tries to go for the home run ball, and it's picked off. Bad play there, man. That was a bad play by Jenkins. I got to be real. I mean, the only good thing is that Sam Houston is like quite literally in their own end zone right now. So all right, no, he's going to hold on to it, and he's going to get close to the line to gain for a first down there. Whew, that's a tough break for FIU, man. 2nd down now, and 4 to be specific. Lock. He's going to be pressured. Ball's out. The ball is out. Who's got it? I think the Panthers have it. First down, FIU. They got the ball back. 2nd and 4. I think it was G7 forces the fumble. Just how they drew it up, huh? Throw a pick, then force a fumble, get the ball right back in a goal-to-go situation. That is a strip sack from G7, Celestine. I can't really see who recovered, but FIU for sure has the ball back here. How about that? Dante Anderson is who they say recovered it. There's a stoppage in play here. Maybe they... No. Yeah, the defense, Sam Houston's defense is out. FIU's offense is back in. Hopefully, Keywan can make up for that interception by getting us in the end zone here. And the defense doing their job. All right. Handoff. Hands it off. Oh, my gosh, down to the 1, maybe 1.5 yard line. I think that is Keyshawn Owens. All right, so it's going to be 2nd and goal at either the 1 or, if they want to be ugly here, the 2. Flag on the play. All right, false start on the offense. Dang it. That's a bad penalty to have right there. I think FIU on that play was going to do a direct handoff to the running back there. Jenkins was just a puppet on that play. Now he's going to have to do something here, though. The score bug says 3rd and goal. It's 2nd and goal. There we go. All right, so FIU is at the 6-yard line now. Shoot. 8:26. Jenkins. And he's going to get sacked. FIU's going the wrong way now. I mean, Jenkins was tackled by 2 guys at the same time. Now I really hope he's okay. All right, 3rd and goal. Jenkins throws to the end zone. Complete. All right, so it's going to be 4th, and so they're going to have to kick a field goal, which is what they should have done from the start before Jenkins threw that interception anyway. So at this point, they're pretty much at the same spot too. Oh well. All right, so here comes Noah Grant. Grant, I think, has I don't want to curse him here, but Grant has gotten better as the season has gone on. This is a chip shot regardless, 24 yards. Kicks up. It's good. All right, so FIU is up 25-10 now. That, I mean, after they got the fumble, that was unfortunately not. It was turning out great because Keyshawn Owens got down to the 1-yard line, but then you have a false start and then a sack, and that was just a disaster. But at least they get points out of that. The points that they should have gotten before Jenkins threw that pick. So I'm not too mad about that. Really not. Oh my gosh. So it's halftime and FAU is losing 42-3 to Eastern Carolina. I'm sorry. Kevin Fielder, you're somehow watching this. I'm sorry. So, all right. Obviously, you want a touchdown there, especially because FIU was at the 1-yard line. But, you know, maybe it's a turnabout fair play kind of thing where they were just lucky to get points anyway after Jenkins threw that pick and Sam Houston gave it right back with the strip sack fumble. So, regardless, FIU is now up 15 points, which is nice. But going to have to see as we get a little bit closer to the halftime. They're showing the differences between Willie Simmons and Phil Longo. Once again, Willie Simmons is yelling at the officials on the sidelines. And you know what? I think it was Tobin and Leroy talking about how intimidating Willie Simmons appears to be. But, like, dudes, just be on his good side. Don't be a dumb official, and you'll be good, man. Come on. All right. Going to be met at the 26, 27-yard line there. So not a great return for Sam Houston. That sucks. So it was on a kickoff earlier while I was talking to Michael Biamonte. Websley Etienne was unfortunately injured on that kickoff. He walked off by himself, but we just found out from the sideline reporter that he is out, not expected to return in this game, which sucks. He is a Paws podcast legend, of course, but it is what it is. All right. Landon Locke, what you got this time after the strip sack? He's moving backwards, got time in the pocket, though he overthrows his intended receiver there, which would have been a nice gain. It's incomplete, so it's 2nd and 10. This fan is putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers right now. Holy moly. The offensive line has done a good job giving him time in the pocket, except for when they didn't, and he was strip sacked. I'm just saying. All right, 2nd and 10. Locke, once again, play action, going deep. He wants it all. Incomplete. Excellent coverage on the play there, man. Holy moly. It's once again G7. What is it? High Avalon Celestine, something along those lines. We call him G7 for a reason. And great coverage there on that. So it's 3rd and 10. Third and 10. Locke. Throws it away. That is a 3 and out for Sam Houston. All passes, no luck. So they're going to have to punt this out and give FIU another chance of scoring here. I think FIU has had 5 possessions on offense so far. They've scored in 3 of them. Actually, 4 of them. So maybe they've had 6 possessions. The 2 possessions that they didn't were an early punt and the interception from Jenkins. This should be a decent return, too. They're the 30. Well, no one gave him any blocking there, so he was immediately wrapped up, but still they're at the 30. So there's a flag on the play. I wonder what the flag is here. Going to be disappointed if this is on FIU. It was a flag on Lay Panthers. Or it was a flag on somebody. It was a flag on the punt. The refs are talking it over. So is this actually a flag or not? Okay. Here's the call. I think. Oh my gosh, it's a targeting call on Sam Houston. They're going to take a look. I did not see. Is it a targeting on the hit? You know, when I looked at it, normally it looked pretty clean, I thought. So this would be a big call here. Because there were like 3 guys for Sam Houston State that all pretty much rammed into the receiver for FIU on that punt return. I think it was McGuire Anderson. I guess they saw that there might be some targeting there, which would be big because if it stands, whoever committed it would be ejected for the rest of the game, which would obviously be a big loss. That's funny. All right, we'll figure out what this is. I wish they showed a review right before they cut to commercial break, but I didn't. Maybe I didn't even want a review. How about that? Thank you all, by the way, who have been watching this watch party so far. It's been fun. We had Michael Biamonte on, who was super sick. Um, all right. Oh, it's the late hit at the end by 46 for Sam Houston. It's a direct helmet to helmet hit. It stands. So it's 15 yards for FIU, and that player, which is Whitting, or was the targeting? So maybe I was talking over it. I don't know if the targeting foul stood, but there was an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the hit because it was a late hit, helmet to helmet. So it is 15 yards. I don't know if the targeting call was accepted or if it was actually targeting or not. There's another flag here. Oh, is this going to be a face mask on Sam Houston at the end here on the hit? It was Jean-Pierre with the rush. It looks like this is going to be a face mask on Sam Houston, at least according to the announcers and the reaction from the fans. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Is it actually? I guess it was. Well, you really can't see it off a replay. I guess the ref had to see it with his own eyes, but all right, so a handoff. It was Jean-Pierre still in the game as the running back, by the way. All right, I texted Kevin. He let me know. The player for Sam Houston was not ejected. It was overturned. So, however, there was still an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty that was enforced. So, Kevin just texted me, that's not face mask. I didn't even see it, bro. They showed two replays. You can't see it in either one. Anyway, it's a loss of yards there. It's 2nd and 11. Oh, geez. That's a handoff and a loss of yards. I don't know why you're running the ball on that play. When it's 2nd and 11, why are you running the ball, dog? So it's going to be 3rd and another loss. It's going to be like 3rd and 13. Third and 15. FIU is like back at midfield here, which sucks. Another handoff to carry. Going to be well short. They ran a bunch of handoffs on that play, and they kept losing yards. So it's going to be 4th and long. See what FIU intends to do here. Maybe punt. Yes, it's too long to kick. Yeah, it looks like they're going to punt here. They're going to attempt a field goal here. 54 yards for Noah Grant. Kick is up. It's short. It was right down the middle. It just, he didn't have the leg. Damn it. Okay. So Sam Houston is going to get the ball with a pretty good field position, like at their own 37. So all right, Locke going to try to run out of the pocket. He's going to get a few yards out of that, but taken down. I think that's Keegan Davis with the tackle. I think that was a gain of 3, so it's 2nd and 7. I don't hate the call, by the way, to kick the field goal there. I think, it's 4th and 8. You probably doesn't make sense to go for it. Punting it maybe have been the best choice there, because obviously 54 may have been a little too much for. Oh, he's going to lose a bunch of yards there on 2nd down, though. Maybe make it a 3rd and 10 once again. I believe it's Percy Courtney. Maybe Jermaine Carter helped out too. What a play there. Holy moly. That was awesome. How about that? That was sick. Maybe Percy Courtney was the primary guy. It's 3rd and 12 now. Okay. Third and 12 now for Sam Houston. Let's see what they do here. Locke. Throwing. And it's caught. Oh, no. He couldn't hold on to it. Off the hit. Incomplete. I think it's Mr. Clark. Knocked that ball out on the tackle. So, all right. Immediate 3 and out for Sam Houston on offense. So, FIU will get the ball back. No damage done. The score is still 25-10. Time's not a problem. And if you believe in juju and karma, there's 3:05 left on the game on the game clock. A perfect time for FIU to march down the field, maybe get some points before halftime. McGuire Anderson makes one man miss, but can't. Oh my gosh, did he drop? No, they're going to say it's FIU ball. Apparently, McGuire Anderson lost the ball at the end of the play, but the refs are going to say that he was down. Yeah, his elbow's on the ground. Yeah. Let's say Sam Houston was popping off it actually was a fumble, when in reality it was the furthest thing from a fumble, because both his knee and his elbow was down. All right, so hopefully FIU can run the table, get some points here before the end of the first half. All right. Jenkins to a wide open Perry. Nice play there to the 20, about the 29. That should be enough for an immediate first down. Clock's ticking, 2:40 and counting. FIU has all 3 of their timeouts. So does Sam Houston. 2-minute timeout is imminent. They will have to run a play here before that, though. All right. Give me a handoff. Oh, my God. And he's got open field to work with. Already to midfield. Keyshawn Owens, I believe it was. Yep. Keyshawn Owens already getting the Panthers to midfield. Clock's ticking. They're going to take this to the 2-minute timeout, I assume. Yep. They will take this to the 2-minute timeout, but already in a couple of plays, FIU at midfield with all 3 of their timeouts after the 2-minute break as well. So, pretty good start here for FIU on this drive. If you can come away with either 3 points or better yet, a touchdown here to really build onto your lead before halftime, that would be very, very ideal. He gets set to go here. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Kevin just texted me the halftime score. I already saw it, but he's showing me the post from FAU Owl's Nest. That's funny. All right. Was just watching some stuff on social media to pass the time here, but we're getting back into it. I hope everyone did have a great Thanksgiving a couple days ago. It was great for us, and we'll see if FIU could continue the good times here. All right. Here we go. Key one. Handoff here. Breaking away, Keyshawn Owens might have enough for the first down. He was awful close. He's probably going to put him short. Nope, they're going to give him a first down. How about that? So 152, now the clock's going. Great run there by Owens. How about it? So FIU pretty much already back to where they were when Noah Grant missed that field goal earlier. 1:20 to go. Jenkins throwing to his left. It's going to be caught, I believe, by Payne to the 30-yard line, down to the 20. Stiff arms the man, down to the 10. Dallas Payne. Dallas Payne and Alex Perry have been the dynamic duo of receivers so far. And again, FIU, if they're not already in the red zone, they're knocking on the door. How about that? All right, here we go. Handoff. That didn't work. I'm guessing FIU. Actually, yeah, they can probably drain the clock a little bit. Regardless of what happens, score and don't give Sam Houston any time for a response right before halftime. And that reminds me, I actually have to get the graphic out. So let me go ahead and do that while we wait here. We're under 50 now. FIU still has all their timeouts. Time not really a problem yet. All right. They can still get a first down here, by the way. It's not a goal-to-go situation. Jenkins. Who's going to run? Trip down at the end there. I think now they're going to have to use a timeout. So it's going to be 3rd and about 5, maybe. 26 seconds to go. FIU uses their first timeout. For sure, they want to, regardless of whatever happens here, they want to score and give the Bearkats no time to respond, get into halftime with a pretty extensive lead. Third down here. Third and 5, FIU. Jenkins rolling to his left, throwing to the end zone, incomplete. There is a flag. Okay, it's an ineligible man downfield for the Panthers. Unfortunate. Oh, well. So I guess they accepted it, or did they decline it? So 4th and 5. I think FIU should just kick the field goal here, go up 28-10. Yeah, I think that's smart. I know they want to go for it, but I mean, you're already up 25-10. Just tack on some more points. If you kick this field goal and hit it, you're up by 18 points. That's 3 possessions. So going into halftime, hopefully holding on to this lead, avoiding a disaster here with this final possession from Sam Houston, but kicks up. It's good. All right. Nice job, Noah. FIU is up 28-10 over Sam Houston here in the first half. Hopefully the score stays that way. Want to make sure I get this social media post out as fast as I can. All right. Noah Grant now 2 for 3 on the day. Kicks it away. It's going to be received, and we're going to get a return out of this. And he's immediately met. Not about the 21-22. That takes some few more seconds off the clock. 10 seconds to go. So assuming there's no disaster here by the FIU defense, it looks like this is going to be a 28-10 score at the half for FIU. So I'll get this social media post out, take a quick break, and then we'll get Kevin Burrell on the show for our halftime report. Should be quite fun talking to him. And what has been a pretty entertaining first half of football between the Panthers and the Bearcats, with FIU up 28-10 at Shell Energy Stadium. So, Locke, handoff. He's going to get enough for a first down here. Uh-oh, that should stop the clock here, at least momentarily. Are they going to run another play here? It doesn't look like they are going to. So this will be halftime. FIU is up 28-10. All things considered, with Kewan Jenkins in, a couple of missing players on both sides of the ball, to be up by this substantial amount early. Hopefully they can adjust where they have to and build on that in the second half. And we should be out of here with a pretty comfortable win, but there's still obviously a lot of time to go in the second half. What I'm saying is that this is a pretty good start for the Panthers. So just like that, it's halftime. Panthers up 20-10. I'm going to take one quick break. Then we'll get back here for the Paws Up halftime report featuring Kevin Burrell. So this should be good. Oh, hang on. They're talking to Willie. What's he saying? Moving the ball. Scoring touchdowns in the red zone. 30 more minutes to play. Okay. Willie Simmons giving basic answers here. I don't think he's going to say anything controversial here. I hope. He's not wearing the glasses, but he has them attached to the top of his hoodie. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Get back here. We'll talk to Kevin. Your score at half, 28-10. Paws Up halftime report is going to be here real soon. See y'all in a bit. Think fast! I'm just kidding. Welcome to the Paws Up Halftime Report. I am joined alongside my friend and co-host, Kevin Barral. Kevin, you're not at Houston, but FIU is still winning on the road. What's going on here? I thought two opposites can't attract like this, but the Panthers, I mean, on both sides of the ball, they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, that was fun. I think it's the best way to put it. Am I surprised? Not really. I mean, Sam Houston is really bad. Like,
Yeah, they
wow. I mean, I would not be shocked if we see another quarterback. I don't know. If I thought he was blowing out Sam Houston still by the third quarter, or I mean, halfway through the third, what do you do, right? But again, like, Keywan hasn't played in a long time. He probably wants to play. So I don't know. But overall, it was fun. Keywan looks great. 3 passing touchdowns. I think all 3 of those were in the first quarter alone.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex Perry already over 100 yards receiving. If he keeps this up, he probably could break the record set by Eric Rivers for most receiving yards in a single game. He's already got 2.
How close is he?
I think it's 195. So
Okay.
he isn't too far off. A couple more big plays. I think KJ Owens is having like a quiet game, really. Well, yeah, 41 rushing yards, but he's looked good so far. But he hasn't really been necessary. But I think the one thing I'm starting to notice is just the different type of like players that are rolling out there. Like Demetrius Hill's in there at safety.
Jean-Pierre. We saw a Cayenne reception. That was fun.
Cayenne started the game. And then on top of that, you had what's his name? Devontae Lyons get in on some action. So overall, not bad. Like, could have been far worse. But I think it was a good first half of football, and just keep it going here, and no how do you say it? All gas, no brakes.
With the exception of one play, Kevin, Jenkins has played near perfect ball so far. He had that one interception, which obviously was a bit of a Debbie Downer, but the football gods gave FIU a break with a strip sack right after, which gave the ball right back to the Panthers, and this time they cashed in on the field goal. So all good there. As far as defense goes, you kind of mentioned that first drive was ugly for the Panthers on defense. Sam Houston marches the ball right down the field, scores a touchdown, but since then they've only scored a field goal. They've had a couple of 3-and-outs. They have that strip sack fumble, which I talked about. How are they able to so quickly turn the ship around on defense, and how much of that is just Sam Houston pulling a Sam Houston and not being too great?
I think it's a little both. I think they just had to settle in a little bit in this game, and they certainly did. So can't complain there. It was not a good start on defense, but settled in right away. The offense also got off the field pretty quickly for a good reason. But yeah, no, I think Chris Reed for Sam Houston's been like their best player so far. He's got 4 receptions for 49 yards. So him, Elijah Green, the running back, 4 carries for 51 yards. They're running the ball well. I got to give them credit there. Just Landon Locke is not passing it very well right now, but we will see. Not terrible. Can't complain. FIU dominating on every facet so far. Can't blame Noah Grant for the missed field goal there. Just short.
It looked good. I thought it was going in until it
I thought it was going in, but it's just short. Not enough leg on there. But the one thing is, I was looking at the weather forecast, and it may rain. So the hope is that they get out of there quickly. First of all, they finish this game soon, so they get out of there quickly and come back to Miami. But if it does start raining during the game, so far, Sam Houston's rushing attack has not looked bad at all. So if it turns into a run fest, I do think FIU obviously has the clear edge here, but Sam Houston quietly has run the ball pretty well. Yes, both of them are at 104 total rushing yards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, receiver Chris Reed.
Yep, exactly.
We knew that. They wanted to go after him, and they did go after him. It just wasn't enough.
No, the one they went after was the quarterback, Landon Locke.
Oh, I'm sure that he maybe had to have a convo with Reed.
I'm sure, but not that he mentioned that.
Not officially, which is fair enough. I think the epitome of how bad this game has been for Sam Houston, I think it was right after that missed Noah Grant field goal. Maybe it was earlier. Locke throws 3 straight passes, all of them incomplete. It was the weirdest 3-and-out I've ever seen because, like you said, they were rushing the ball so well, but on that one drive specifically, they abandoned the run, and it kind of blew up in their face. So, I mean, as far as adjustment, here's the thing. FIU is an amazing second-half adjustment team. We've established that. But really, what do they have to adjust so far in this game? Like, what really do they have to change in the second half? It feels like, especially in this last couple of drives, they've been clicking on both sides of the ball. I wouldn't change too much.
I think the run game could be a little better. That's really about it. I mean, you're right. There's not a lot to change. And I think the funniest part is, like, you look at the stats.
Yeah.
On defense, all of them have they're barely tackling these guys because of just like 27 total tackles for FIU, which you would think is a lot, but like when you have so many guys with 3 total tackles on the game, Demetrius Hill with 3 total tackles, you wouldn't have expected to see him on the stat sheet this early.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I don't know. I just say let's see how many we could score up on Sam Houston. Can we break 60, which would be pretty cool. But
that is how many points did we have at the half against Middle Tennessee when we hit like 56?
I gotta check.
Probably we're checking if we're on pace to do that, or maybe not. But breaking 60 against this team would be kind of crazy, not gonna lie. But after they beat us on Vice Night,
would it be surprising?
No, it wouldn't. But
if you had 21 at the half.
Oh, so we're already better on pace.
Way ahead, yeah.
By the way, did you like the decision? Obviously, it worked for FIU in this case, but did you like the decision to take the extra point off the board, accept that offsides penalty, and go for 2, which was like, Keyshawn Owens just walked him. He could have baked a cake before going into the end zone.
Knowing Willie and knowing the way that they play, I'm not surprised they did it, and clearly it worked. And I think if you do it against a team like Sam Houston, you do that. Against like a team like Jacksonville State, probably don't do that. So I'm not surprised that they did it. And as much as I hate to say it, and as much as I hate to like just keep disregarding the opponent and the game, like this is a moment where they need to try out new things, new players, new situations.
Yeah.
And I think Willie noted this, and it's been noted, like this is the last time this team specifically will be on the field together. This specific team, because you don't know who enters the portal tomorrow. You don't know who's going to be on the team come the bowl game, wherever that may be. So they need to try out new players and new positions, and they need to see what's up because that's really it. You just got to see what's going to happen here because you got to try out new guys and new positions because those guys may need to play the bowl game, and you may look at a somewhat of a different team. I honestly don't think a lot of guys will enter the portal. But if they do enter, I'll be curious if they end up playing in the bowl game or not, is one of the big things. But I think Willie's message and the way Willie's gone about things this year should at least entice a player to remain with FIU up until the bowl game.
This team certainly seems locked in. They've said it from the start, getting to a bowl game was one of their top priorities. So to get there and not playing it would seem a bit unfortunate. Dare I ask this question? Half of me doesn't even want to ask this question, Kevin. But you see how good Kewan Jenkins is playing today. When we get to that bowl game, should there be any decision, or if Pazanski's good to go, should he be the guy to go for the bowl game, regardless of how well Jenkins is playing today?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. It really depends. I think it needs to be noted. It is against Sam Houston State that Kewan Jenkins is doing this against, a 2-9
Sam Houston.
Now, again, Joe Pazanski's first game was against Middle Tennessee. So Middle Tennessee State, sorry. Until they beat us, I will say the state. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think that is a question to be asked during Willie Simmons' bowl game press conference before the whatever game they go to. Not post.
Stop it. Don't get me excited by throwing around bowl game press conferences. Stop it.
What do you mean? It's locked in now.
So is there a media availability next week, or are they just going to save it for?
I think the next one's going to be for the signing day. So
okay, that's fair.
But yeah, we're getting ready for signing day on our end too. 21 total signings for FIU that are set to happen
for now.
20 high school,
more,
20 high school, 1 JUCO. We'll see if they get more or if they get some guys to flip. But so far, it's 21 players.
And this team's obviously not afraid to go to JUCO if they find the talent there. So, I would prefer they attack the transfer portal through the Division I. Yeah. I mean,
reminder: they only brought in like 2 JUCO guys last year, and those were Kenton Simmons and I think Zion Chapman. 2 JUCO guys, only ones that played.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, penalty wise, not a whole lot of penalties committed. By the way, I mean we were talking about it. They picked up the targeting penalty on that Sam Houston player. That one face mask penalty was pretty silly, not gonna lie.
There was no face mask there at all. Like they literally grabbed the shoulder pad. That's a terrible call. That's a terrible call. Again, Conference USA officials have not been very consistent this year. I don't get fined for saying that. So I will say what a lot of coaches are thinking this year. Conference USA officials have been bad this year. There's no other way to say it. Probably some of the worst I've seen, to be honest with you.
They keep making jokes about ACC officiating, but CUSA feels like it's on a whole nother planet right now. I mean, as far as other things we can really talk about, Willie Simmons, I think he did mention being more consistent in the red zone, scoring more touchdowns instead of relying on Noah Grant, but you're up 28-10. And that might be alluding because they didn't score 4 touchdowns. They scored 3 along with a 2-point conversion and a couple of field goals. But still, I mean, final thoughts on the first half there. It's like, I don't really know what I really wanted to change drastically in the second half. Just be ready for whatever Sam Houston throws at him because I think they get the ball to start off the second half.
I think Willie makes a good point there where you need to be better in the red zone. You need to convert on those plays. I mean, they could have been up way more than they are now. And then you had the silly penalty. Julius, come on, man.
Yeah, dude.
Illegal man downfield. Ugh. But anyways, yeah, tough there on that end. But overall, I mean, this has been an awesome game to watch. Like I came into it stress-free, not thinking about the result. Like I was pretty confident FIU was going to win. And our predictions are looking pretty damn good right now, I will say. We need to find, and I want to request this. We need to find the clips of us saying they're going to go 7-5. Now, this is the thing. I think when we recorded this, I said 6-6. But on my SI article, which no longer exists, I said 7-5. So I wish I could find that, and I wish I could just say I called this. But I don't know. We got to find that. We got to find that for the bowl game preview stream.
We got to find that, and we have to find a win here in the second half.
You heard me? For the bowl game preview stream.
Stop it, Kevin. Stop it. I mean, I'm still
we'll be recording it from a hotel room.
Maybe, potentially.
I'm not going to record it. I'm not going to record it like 2 weeks in advance because we need to get.
Obviously, so much can happen in 2 weeks. I get what you're saying.
Especially the next game. That's crazy. It's so crazy to think that we're doing this, and usually we would be kind of a little down because season's over. But man, we got one more to play, and I'm feeling good about it. It's a good feeling to have. It's a great feeling to have. Great feeling to have.
Who do you have? I agree. As far as guests go, I have a couple of guys. Biamonte, I don't know if you saw it, Kevin. He actually, I guess, did maybe some breaking news that FIU basketball is gonna bring him in for one final send-off game where he'll call one men's basketball game to be determined which one is which. But yeah, he will be back one more time for his final announcing gig.
Well, that's how he got started. Started.
Yeah. He spoke about it. So
you got to go back and clip that and post it now so people know.
Yeah. Class act there.
You could probably go back on your phone and clip it.
Yeah, potentially I could. So that's great. That's great news from him. Obviously now we can't wait to figure out A, what game that is, and B, when we can see him again. So it should be pretty fun there.
It's been Andrew Ember so far for men's basketball. The Panthers.
Voice of the Florida Panthers. So, all right, I think we're going to kick off here soon. Your score at the half, 28-10. Kevin, we will see you once again, unfortunately from your desk and not out there at Shell Energy Stadium. But we will be seeing you again for postgame, hopefully with some great news.
The good thing is we will be able to watch this team in person one last time. Regardless if it's out of pocket, if me with the team, we will be there one last time.
I mean, if you were there, you would have increased the FIU compared to Sam Houston count by a substantial amount.
Yeah, and you know what? I could have gone 3-0 on the road this year.
It is what it is. That's why I was worried. Because you didn't go to Missouri State and they lost. So I was starting to fix a little. So,
yeah.
All righty then, Kevin. We'll see you a little bit later. So FIU is up 28-10 on the Bearkats of Sam Houston. I'll take one more break. Get you ready to go for the second half here as the FIU Panthers look to secure win number 7 and get ready to go here before they go bowling. So I'll take one more quick break, get you ready to go here for the second half. All right, we're back as we get ready to go here towards the latter half of the Paws Up watch party. Thank you all for watching so far. It's been a pretty fun game, obviously, with FIU up 28-10, but things can happen quickly in this sport of college football. So we'll get right back to it here in the second half. Hopefully the FIU Panthers can build upon what they were able to do in the first half on both sides of the ball. Defense started off slow, really caught on fire in the second quarter. Offense, they've been pretty good so far with 28 total points. They didn't score 4 touchdowns. They scored 3 touchdowns, including a 2-point attempt, which was successful, and a pair of field goals by Noah Grant. He did miss out on the 54-yarder. So it could be 31-10, but I digress. Things could be going a hell of a lot worse for the Panthers as they look to close this game out, get to their 7th win in what could be a stress-free game of football here in the second half. But be careful what you wish for. Kewan Jenkins has been playing in place of Joe Pasansky, who's dealing with a toe injury, as we found out before this game started. And, he's been pretty good today in his wake, going for 3 touchdowns and 225 passing yards. This lone mistake being an interception at the 2-yard line, which thankfully the football gods weren't too harsh on the Panthers, as the Landon Luck was strip sacked right after, which gave the ball right back to the Panthers, which they cashed in on with some points. On the other side, Sam Houston, Landon Luck has been, not great. 76 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Sam Houston's rushing attack really has been shouldering much of the blame for the Bearkats so far with what they have been able to do on offense. 104 total rushing yards for the Bearkats, same as the Panthers, 104 rushing yards there. So I talked about it with Kevin. What does FIU really need to hone in on here in the second half? Well, keep the good times rolling on offense and just lock down get out of here quickly, because Kevin mentioned it. There could be weather rolling into Houston here shortly. So let's just hope this game, second half, runs by quickly. FIU can secure a W, and we can get out of here happy with a 7-5 record to close out the regular season with a bowl game coming. Sam Houston will get the ball to start off here. The second half kickoff goes to the end zone, so Panthers will be here, or the Bearkats will be here at the 20-yard line. Here we go. 28-10. 1st and 10 from the 25 for Landon Luck. We'll see if he can maybe play a little bit better for Sam Houston's case. It's going to be a quick pass out, and it's off the mark, incomplete. It looked like for a second that Bearcats receiver was open, but the pass was, off the mark. So, c'est la vie. Off we go. Uh-oh. WhatsApp, what are you doing? There we go. All right. 2nd and 10 now for Luck. It's going to be a handoff. And, oh, man, it's going to get some nice chunky yards there, enough for an immediate 1st down. It felt like towards the latter end, FIU or Sam Houston sort of abandoned the rush. So they immediately have a rush there, and it works out in their end. So 1st and 10 for Sam Houston. They're at their own 32. Locke calling for it. Play action. Locke's going deep, but this is going to be intercepted. It's going to be intercepted by the Panthers defense. I think that is McGrew. We'll have to double check here, but immediately it's an arm punt. Victor Evans III is the Panthers defender that catches it, and immediately it's an arm punt. FIU will get the ball on offense. How about that? FIU's defense not slowing down here despite a large lead. Just that ball was severely underthrown. Locke was starting to get some pressure on him as soon as he threw the ball. Victor Evans read the play like a book. And, he did everything there. Great play by him. FIU avoids giving up some points here to start off the second half. And hopefully the FIU Panthers can once again capitalize on the turnover. Play action now. Jenkins throwing to his right. It's going to be caught well for a first down. I believe it's Kyle McNeil with the catch there. Great chunk play there to get the Panthers rolling on offense immediately. It's not just a catch. It's a cut between one guy, shimmy through another. Doesn't really get a whole lot of yards after that, but it certainly looks cool. You can add it to the highlight reel. Why don't you? Devontae Lyons is the running back in for the Panthers on this drive. Keyshawn Owens hasn't necessarily had a disappointing game. He doesn't have a whole lot of yards, but that's not for a lack of – actually, that is for a lack of trying because they've been putting a lot of different running backs in this game. Another play action. Jenkins has time. Throwing towards his middle. It is incomplete. Broken up there. I believe that was intended for Jackson Verdugo. Yep. And the Sam Houston defender that broke the pass looks to be hurt. He's not getting up. So obviously we're taking on Sam Houston, but you don't want any injuries for these guys. It's been a rough season for the Bearcats, 2-9, but it is senior day. You don't want it to get any worse for them. It's certainly not how they wanted their season to go. Tough break there. Commercial break. That was a weird Bud Light commercial. All right, since we have a bit of a break here, let's actually take a look around Conference USA. I know everyone's in action right now. All right, so currently, it looks like every game, okay, not every game's in halftime, but the other game that started alongside FIU Sam Houston is UTEP and Delaware, and Delaware is up 31-20 over the Miners. However, it looks like the Miners are driving. They're at Delaware's 40-yard line with the ball in hand, so maybe UTEP can make this interesting on the Blue Hens here. Meanwhile, the two games that I believe started at 2 o'clock were Louisiana Tech and Missouri State and Western Kentucky and Jack State. The Bulldogs are ahead of the Bears 14-3 here with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter, and they're on Missouri State's side of the field already. So the Bulldogs, would this even be considered an upset? I guess not. Louisiana Tech does have 6 wins. So does Missouri State, but unless something happens, they might not be going bowling. And then, okay, here are the important games. Western Kentucky is beating Jacksonville State 21-17 with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. So if Western wins this, they can get in first and foremost. And then I think they would also need Liberty to beat Kennesaw State. That game doesn't start, I think, until 3:30. So that's definitely some stuff to keep in mind there. By the way, Middle Tennessee and New Mexico State is also underway in the 13 minutes to go in the first. It's scoreless there. Middle Tennessee is in New Mexico State's side of the field, but they will have not scored any points yet. All right, back to the FIU game. Panthers are up 28-10. It's second down and 10. 13 to go in the third. It's going to be a handoff to Owens. Gets a nice nice pickup there. It's going to make this third manageable. I want to say about 5 or 6 yards there. So it's going to be third and pretty damn short. Jenkins, handoff. And, well, he's going to be immediately met. So it's going to be fourth and about 3 or 4. I say they might want to go for it here. I'd say give Noah Green a chance. get some more points on the board, keep it up. 4th and 3 officially. But, Willie Simmons, we've talked about it with him before. He has trust in his offenses when it's 4th and short. The analytics probably say to go for it here. I would say just kick the points, but if they want to go for it, I guess. 4th and 3. Jenkins, handoff, short. Turnover on downs. It was a handoff to Owens. It felt like if he got a push there, maybe he could have gotten across, though he was wrapped up pretty quickly now that I'm looking at the replay. Shoot. I don't blame him for going for it there. I also wouldn't have blamed him for just kicking a field goal. Would have been another long one, but you get points on the board. It's thumbs 31-10. Sadly, that won't be the case here. Sam Houston will get the ball in their own 29. So 1st and 10. Locke. Oh, he's going to be immediately wrapped up by the FIU defense. How about that? A beautiful sack there by Kenton Simmons, who I believe was one of the captains today for the FIU defense. Well, that's a good response to immediately having to go back on the field. Unfortunately, the offense couldn't capitalize on the prior turnover. But it is what it is. Great stuff there on 1st and 10. So it's 2nd and 19 after the penalty. My gosh. Locke. It's a handoff, and he's going to lose a yard, maybe. To run the ball on 2nd and 19, certainly a choice. Now it's going to be 3rd and 19, maybe even worse. 2nd and 8. Okay, so 3rd and 18 maybe now. All right, I pulled back up the scenarios here. So here's the situation. Hang on, I'll get into this in a second here. 2nd and 8, 3rd and 18, Locke throwing up the middle. It's going to be incomplete. So 4th and 18, they're going to have to punt. So FIU, no damage done. FIU will get the ball back here. Western Kentucky is currently beating Jacksonville State. 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. 21-17. They're up by 4. They're at the 50-yard line right now. If Western Kentucky wins, if they beat Jack State, Western Kentucky is in. As a matter of fact, if Western Kentucky beats Jacksonville State, they host as well. So if Western Kentucky wins, the CUSA championship game will be in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Oh my gosh, Sam Houston with a fake punt. I turned away to look at some scenarios, and Sam Houston nails a fake punt. Great. Well, that sucks. I thought FIU was going to get the ball back. Turns out, no, that's not the case. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Sam Houston near midfield. All right, handoff, gain of about 3 or 4. Anyways, a lot is dependent on the next game, Liberty and Kennesaw State. This is going to be a handoff that is met right at the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be 3rd and long. If Kennesaw beats Liberty, then it would be Kennesaw State at Western Kentucky in the CUSA title game. This is assuming Western Kentucky holds on and beats Jack State. If Liberty beats Kennesaw State, then it would be Jacksonville State and Western Kentucky. It would be the game that is going on right now. The only difference is instead of Jacksonville, Alabama, it would be back in Bowling Green, and maybe you'd have to feel pretty good about Western's chances there. 3rd and 8, Locke avoids pressure. No, he doesn't. I don't know if that's going to go as a sack because it was right at the line of scrimmage, but it is going to be it is going to be 4th and 8 now. And I think at this point in the game, you might have to go for it. We'll see if they do that. But I mean, after a fake punt like that, to immediately punt the ball right after would be pretty demoralizing. We'll have to see what they do here. It is 4th and 8. No, they are going to punt. Okay. So fake punt averted. Crisis averted off of the fake punt, I should say. And this time they're looking. You can see that they're looking this time. McGuire Anderson grabs it, but they're at the 10-yard line. So 8:37 to go in the third quarter. FIU is still up by 18 points. Maybe it was a little provocative of Kevin to bring up the idea of a 60 burger. You don't necessarily need that against this team, obviously. Just get the god-darn win. You're not in a situation like the Hurricanes, which need to score a lot of points to impress the CFP committee. It looks like they are doing that, though, up 31-7 over Pitt. And since we're on the topic of looking at other South Florida teams, how about Florida Atlantic? They're losing 42-3, a minute to go in the fourth quarter. And this game is, for Florida Atlantic, thankfully just about over. So the Owls will finish with a record of 4-8 as ECU walks into, oh my gosh, ECU walks into Boca Raton. They score 21 points in the first quarter, 22 points in the second quarter. All the while, Florida Atlantic scored one field goal in the first quarter, and that's it. No points were scored by either team in the second half, by the way. So, yeah, that's a big blowout loss for Florida Atlantic, which I love. Hey, we just hit a final. 42-3. Eastern Carolina over Florida Atlantic. Boo, flippin' boo. Thank you all, by the way, so much for watching the watch party so far. It's been a blast. I had a couple of other guests lined up. Unfortunately, it looks like neither of them will be able to join. We'll have to wait and see. It's not too early, but so thank you to Biamonte for showing up early. That was an awesome segment from him. And yeah, I had a couple of other guys lined up. It looks like neither of them have been able to message me back. I sent them the links, but unfortunately, I mean, one of them said they were busy. The other one said he was interested in joining, but has unfortunately left me on red for whatever reason. It is what it is. So, all right, 1st and 10 for the FIU offense. Keywan Jenkins going to be a handoff. Oh, and a great run by Owens to the 25 now. Is Owens okay? He was kind of slow to get up there. It looks like he is, though. That's good. All right, 1st and 10. Jenkins is faking. Now he's throwing. Wide open is Dallas Payne to the 50. FIU, how many times has it been Payne helping the Panthers cross midfield in this game? Payne is absolutely dominating this game. My God. By the way, who's winning the game? Let me check that. 27-9, Ohio State over Michigan. 3 minutes to go. It looks like the Buckeyes are going to finally break that losing streak to Michigan. How about that? All right. Another handoff here. It's going to be Keyshawn Owens getting close to the line to gain, so it'll be 3rd and short. Or did he get the first down there? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, 3rd and 1. And Owens cuts, and he has open grass in front of him. 20, 10 to the 5-yard line. Keyshawn Owens. Immediately, the Panthers are back in the red zone. How about that? What can't Keyshawn Owens do, man? Woo! He almost tripped at the line of scrimmage, by the way, but he stayed on his feet. All right, immediately, Jenkins, he's going to run. He's going to get there. Touchdown, Panthers. Keyshawn Owens with doing it by himself. How about that? Keyshawn Jenkins with the legs. It's 34-10, pending the extra point, 35-10. How about that? Another great drive by this defense. Well, Willie Simmons was talking about it. When you get into the end zone, score damn touchdowns. And that's exactly what FIU did there. So, how about that? Extra point by Noah Grant is good. All right. 35-10. All right. $35-10. How about that? You love to see it. Want to double check these Conference USA football scores to see what's up here, because this is kind of interesting. Western Kentucky has extended their lead to 28-17. 50 seconds to go in the second quarter. Oh my gosh. If Western pulls this off, this would be a ridiculously horrific collapse for Jacksonville State at the end of this season. They were ready to host the CUSA title game, and now it looks like there's a chance they might not even be in it. That is insane. Louisiana Tech's still beating Missouri State. Delaware's beating UTEP. The Middle Tennessee, New Mexico State game is still scoreless. Looks like we have a final, or getting close to a final from Pittsburgh, 37-7 for the Canes. So maybe they did just enough for the CFP committee to put them in the college football playoff. We'll have to wait and see at this point. They'll have to play the waiting game. Huntsville's north of Houston? I always thought it was south. Huh. I do know it's an hour away from Houston, so that's why no one's going to these Sam Houston State games, man. The campus is too far away. I don't know if they even have shuttles going from place to place, but it's all good. I did see that Jenkins may be dealing with an injury on the sideline. I did notice that. We'll have to wait and see on their next drive, but oh boy. I didn't want to say anything, but the camera panned at Jenkins like on his knees behind like an advertisement of some sort. I don't know what he was doing. I thought he was just tired because of all the running he just had to do or something. But we'll have to wait and see here. 35-10 is your score. FIU over Sam Houston. Maybe at this point you consider putting in some backups on both sides of the ball, really. Yeah, Kevin just texted me, Keywan's apparently hurt, but we'll have to see how serious this is. Which sucks, man. The fact that he was dealing with a nagging injury that pretty much sidelined him from the start and bringing Pazanski in and all that. Really don't want to have to deal with the possibility of Jenkins being hurt again, but we'll have to see see what happens here. All right, Locke back in for Sam Houston at the quarterback. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. This is kind of turning into the game that a lot of people expected it to be honest. Handoff for about 5 yards there. Nice play. Second and 5. 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go and dropping here in the third quarter. Going to be another handoff. Going to be, I think, enough for the first down. Yeah, they'll give it to him. So, I mean, at this point for Sam Houston, I think you just have to like start, trying to play for pride, man. We've been joking about how few fans are there at this game for Sam Houston. But at this point, give them something. I mean, after the first touchdown Sam Houston scored in the first drive of the game, the Panthers have really locked them down. They only allowed a single field goal after that, man. We'll have to see. Handoff. Oh, he breaks the tackle. Going to get some more yards there. Getting close to midfield. Here's the thing. Sam Houston's offense has not been super bad getting near midfield. It's when they actually have to cross it that this offense is crumbling right now. We'll have to see what they do here. Okay. 1st and 10. Lock. Oh, no. Gonna be Locke throwing. Intercepted! Oh, what a bad decision. He's still going. Oh, he's going to be marked out of bounds, but it's an interception for FIU. I think that is Shamir Sterling who caught that. Sterling barely had to move. Locke threw it right to him. I guess he somehow didn't see Sterling standing right there, but oh my gosh. Another bad decision by Locke. It'll be FIU's ball. I don't know where they're going to mark this down, but how about that? So who's in? I think Jenkins is in. Yeah, Keywan's still in the game. Owens to the 30. Okay, fine. I'll give you a 49. I'm sorry. 31. Fine. Well, Locke has not played so good in this second half. Pair of interceptions here. FIU scored on the first interception. We'll see what they do here on drive number 2 for them. All right, another handoff. That's carry in there, by the way. So it's a 3rd and short. We'll see what they do here. 3rd and 2. We're about to hit under 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Third and 2. Jenkins is still in, which is awesome. First down. They showed Jenkins struggling on the sidelines. I don't know what it was, but apparently it's not enough to keep him out of this game, which is obviously great to see. Jenkins has played a masterful game so far. You'd sure like for him to finish it, or at least at the most point, score enough points to put a backup quarterback in there because you don't have anything left to lose. Oh, Jack State scored. So it's 28-24, Western Kentucky leading at the half.
That is going to be an interesting game that we might have to keep an eye on. All right, Jenkins, play action. Throwing to his right. Caught to the 10-yard line. Tripped up at the 8. It's going to be Alex Perry once again. Alex Perry is by himself. Like, they are social distancing. That's how badly Perry is creating space against these defenders. It is absolutely surreal how great of a game he's having. Okay. According to the sideline reporter, Jenkins suffered a cramp. Nothing more. Nothing less. Probably got some fluid, and now he's back out there, which is great to see. Carey grabbed a couple yards there. It's going to be 2nd and goal to go from... I have to see here. Second and goal. Under a minute now in the third quarter. Uh-oh, there was a whistle. I don't know if this is a flag. It looks like it's going to be a flag. So Kevin was thinking there was a problem with Kewan Jenkins' ribs. Apparently he was holding onto his ribs as he was going off the sideline on that last drive. But according to the sideline reporter, she spoke with the trainers, and apparently he was just dealing with a cramp. So who knows what's going on here? But all right, 2nd and goal. Jenkins throwing. It is caught by... It's a reception. Wow, that was a great catch there. It was a decent throw, but a great catch there by, I want to get this right, Jackson Verdugo, like at the 1-yard line. I mean, at this point, just rushing. Here we go. 3rd and goal. Handoff to Carey. Touchdown, Panthers. How about it? Anthony Carey punches it in. He's doing the BTA celebration and the blowout, and the route is on. FIU is up 41-10 over Sam Houston. I want to know what Kevin's score prediction was. Was it 42-10? It might be close. How about that? Extra point is good. 42-10. FIU leads. 44 seconds to go in the third quarter. FIU's offense has been playing great. Ben. Yeah, I was just talking with Kevin. I need to see what his score prediction was. I think my score prediction was 31-7, so we're past that, but I want to see what Kevin said. I kind of remember he might have said 42-10. Let me check real quick. (42-14). Kevin, I mean, if the score stays this way, this might be the closest prediction either one of us has gotten. You would need a couple of safeties. Or I guess a scoregami. All right, here's the kick. And I think he tripped himself. Oh, well. The other game going on, by the way, Delaware is up 38-23 over UTEP. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. And then Louisiana Tech and Missouri State are at halftime. The Bulldogs are winning 14-10 over the Bears. I mentioned it. Western Kentucky's up 20-24 over Jacksonville State. That's also at halftime. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter between Middle Tennessee and New Mexico State. That game is still scoreless. Okay. And I think the Kennesaw State game should be starting momentarily. Yeah, it should be starting any minute now. All right, second down. Damn, I missed the first down. Handoff. Oh, nice run here to the 45-46, and that's the end of the third quarter. FIU is winning 42-10. Assuming there's not a monumental disaster in the fourth quarter, they will be winning their 7th game of the regular season. As Keelan Jenkins has had a miraculously great game. And, well, FIU's doing what we expected them to do, which is beat up on a bad Sam Houston team. They are doing that. No problem. No problems needed. I'll take a quick break and be right back for the fourth quarter, then the post-game show. But it's going to be all smiles, hopefully, as the FIU Panthers will look to take down Sam Houston. 15 minutes to go. I'll catch you on in a couple minutes. All right, everybody, we are back for the latter end of this Paws Up watch party. Panthers are up 42-10
Over the Sam Houston Bearkats, assuming there's no major collapse, FIU will go 7-5, and Sam Houston will go 2-10. All right. Where were we? I think it's third down. Hand off. I don't think he's going to get it. Josiah, I think it was McGrew that lost his helmet there. Or is that? Yeah. I think it's a first down, actually, they got there. So, all right. Second and 8. The ESPN score bug is kind of a mess. They keep flip-flopping on the down and yards to go. It looks like it's going to be 3rd and 8 upcoming. So just to clarify there. Third and 8 for is this still Locke? I think it is. Yeah, it's still Landon Locke, he's trying his best. 3rd and 8, Locke. Oh my God, he wants it all, but the ball is off the mark. Great coverage there, anyway. I think it was that Blades that was on the or maybe it was Ashton Levels. I'm not sure. That was on the coverage. So there we go. Oh boy. Man, when things just aren't going your way. Yeah, it was Ashton Levels. Great play by him. It's 4th and 8, and Sam Houston has to punt. And now it's a matter of how much longer do you want to keep your starters in the game? We'll see who takes the snaps here at quarterback for FIU. Obviously, Jenkins has had a masterclass of a game. Currently, Jenkins has 291 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception, 15 for 24. Keyshawn Owens, he didn't have a great first half, but he's had a pretty solid second half. 15 carries, 124 yards, but the 2 rushing touchdowns were by Anthony Carey, who just punched the ball in their most recent touchdown. And the other rushing touchdowns from Jenkins, who has 47 yards on the ground to boot with his 291 through the air. That means he has what is that? 338 all-purpose yards for Jenkins. You love to see it. Alex Perry has 140 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dallas Payne has 100 yards and a touchdowns. Anyway, that was fun. Oh, Kevin just texted me. He said D's time. So is Clayton D's coming in? Interesting. Listen, to the Sam Houston fans that endured this trip, made it out, you know what? Good on you guys, but
Wow, this was a bad game. So anyway, who's in at quarterback? Clayton Dees is in at quarterback for the FIU Panthers, replacing Keywan Jenkins. Jenkins had a fantastic game today. Clayton Dees is a red shirt freshman from Palmetto. He went to Palmetto High. He didn't see any action last season, and I believe these are his first snaps this season, as the broadcast is struggling here for me. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. My broadcast is frozen. This is a big no bueno. It's not like there's a whole lot of suspense anyway. Come on. I need to watch a potential Clayton Dees football. That would feed families. Oh no. I don't know if it's just me, but the ESPN broadcast just went blank. Oh, I need to text Kevin. Let me check on my phone, maybe. FIU sent. Oh, we got it back. We got it back. I think. Okay. Well, we didn't miss much. It's FIU appears to be punting. It's 4th and 6. Oh well. That's what we like to call a Panthers punt. Unfortunately, Will Hoyt will do the honors. Oh, they almost got to him too. How about that? Okay, I don't know if it's just my laptop struggling or whatever, but hopefully we can get this going here. So, lock. We'll try it out again. 12 minutes, 13 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Sam Houston will look to try to give the fans who made it out to Shell Energy Stadium something to take home with them. But Locke. Oh my gosh, he's going deep, but the pass isn't complete. Trying to mess with the broadcast here. All right, hopefully we're good. All right, so it's 2nd and 10. 12:06. I think that was Preston Thompson with the stop there. Lock. I'm sure the Sam Houston fans are more than excited for this season to finally be over, but I don't know if anyone really predicted their season would be this bad and how statistically they'd be one of the worst teams in all of FBS football. This is delay a game. Yep. We can relax now. Yeah, I'm looking at Sam Houston's jerseys. They have nameplates on the back, but why are they so squinched up high? Like you can barely read them. They're so far away. Like if you look at the FIU jerseys, you know where the little Panther head logo is above the names, the player names? That's where the names for the Sam Houston jerseys are. And it looks absolutely terrible. I mean, these Sam Houston jerseys were not great to begin with. I think these are a new addition. But, all right, it's 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd. Uh-oh. He got back. Lock! Throw into his middle, and it's caught! 40-yard line. That's a first down. Oh, is he okay, though? He's holding his back. Is he all right? No, he has to go out the sideline. Oh, dear. Listen, I just don't want any more injuries from either team. Just get out of here. You know, it was obviously a tough game for Sam Houston. FIU was already dealing with injuries before this game even started. Just get out of here as healthy as you can. Unfortunately, we'll have to see how Websley Etienne ends up, but Locke pass a little too high for the receiver. It's going to be 2nd and 10. (42-10). 10:40 to go in the fourth quarter. That looks like a very dejected cheer squad for Sam Houston that they're showing on the broadcast. Yeah. 2nd and 10. It's going to be a quick pitch to his left, and it's going to be enough for the first down. So, is that really their first option play of the game? How about that? First and 10. Actually, it's 3rd and very short. It's an RPO. Did he get there? He might have been. Well, this has been a pretty casual second half here. FIU has just been doing their job, and this game's just kind of flying by at this point. All right, 1st and 10, 27-yard line. Lock, it's going to be a handoff. Get about 5 yards out of that. Now we can, I mean, obviously this game's not over. We have some time to go, but FIU with a 7-5 record, they can get into quite a bit of bowl games. I feel like that one win from 6-6 to 7-5 does a lot for what kind of bowl games FIU might be able to go to, whether it's cool ones like the New Orleans Bowl, Myrtle Beach Bowl, maybe even the Cure Bowl in Orlando. I think that opens up a few spots. For me personally, I would like it to be in the Boca Raton Bowl because it's the closest bowl game to Miami, and for me because I live in Homestead. But it would be fun because we can carpool with Kevin. It could be a blast. Obviously, we wouldn't have to spend any money on hotel, just maybe a couple bucks on gas, and that's about it. Orlando would be nice too. We would just drive up there. Might have to spend a few dollars on travel on lodging, but beyond that, it's not too bad a situation. 3rd and 8, and it's caught to the 12. I think. Oh, did he fumble the ball? No, they're going to rule him down. How about that? Sam Houston's like playing their best offense since the start of the game. Unfortunately, it's like with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 8 minutes to go, sorry. 1st and 10. I mean, this is just a matter of I'm assuming they've maybe put some freshmen in there on defense for FIU. I'm assuming. I don't know. But, get some positives here. Handoff. Gets a few yards. Goes out of bounds, though. That'll stop the clock. Lock rolling to his right. Incomplete. He was out of bounds. He caught it. It would have been good for a touchdown, but apparently he didn't. We'll have to take a look at this one. I don't know. I don't know. I think they should review that. That might be a touchdown. Yep. This is going to be a touchdown for Sam Houston. Okay, so that'll be a score there. FIU's not in any danger. It'll be 42 to potentially 17, assuming this play gets reversed, which I think it should. Okay. I'm just kind of checking social media now. All right. Oh, they gave it to him. All right, so it's a touchdown for Sam Houston. I'm kind of cheating. I'm looking at the stat page here. We're still on commercial break, but I mean now it says 42 to 16, so it looks like they gave the touchdown to Sam Houston there. So it'll be 42 to 17. Now I want to do a bit of trolling. How's the Owl's Nest doing? Are they hyped up? They should be hyped up, yeah. FAU had 3 red zone turnovers. Damn. Oh, that's just fun. Probably won't be a whole lot of white noise out of Boca Raton tonight. Oh, they're going for 2. See if they get it here. Rolling. Running out of time. Being pressured. That's going to sail incomplete. Looked like he had a chance of being picked off, but all right, so it's 42 to 16. That's a really weird score. Damn. Anyway, that was some fun Twitter shenanigans there. All right, 7:16 to go. Are they going to try an onside kick here? I guess technically they have to. That's like a squib kick. All right, to the 30. McGuire Anderson will just slide. Yeah. Clayton Dees coming back in, I would assume. Or maybe you could throw in Zach Waters for a drive. That'd be kind of fun. Wait. That is Christian Langford. So when Kevin and I found out that Jenkins was going to play and that Pazanski's out, I texted him. He was like, who would be Jenkins' backup? I said Zachary Waters, and he said Christian Langford. And I guess we were both wrong at the start because it's Clayton Dees. But now C5 is in, so that's cool. Hand off. You're going to be 3rd and like 7. Yeah, they got all their freshman playmakers in. The poker face from Willie Simmons is crazy. I'm not going to lie. Another handoff. Oh my God, that play was busted at the on the handoff. Going to be a loss of yards there. The clock continues to tick, though. Going to be under 5 minutes to go, pending the punt, and then we can get Kevin back on for the post-game show and tell you that FIU now, whether it stays 42-16, maybe Sam Houston will add on a couple more garbage points. We don't know. But it's one of those cases where you have some stress-free football, which is a beautiful thing. It's not like the Missouri State game, which unfortunately didn't go our way and was stressful to the end. This is a delay game. All right, here we go. Will Hoyt gets the punt out. My gosh. Returned. Oh, he's going to have some open grass. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. To the 50, to the 40, 30. There is a flag on the play, though. This is going to be a touchdown for now, but there's a flag. This would be a killer penalty. Oh, dear. I'm assuming this is going to be like a holding or a block in the back on Sam Houston, which will wipe this all out. But, you know. Holding, Sam Houston. There goes the touchdown. Oh, well. All right, 4:42 to go in the game. The dejected Sam Houston fans. Oh, dear. Listen, to the Sam Houston fans that went to this game knowing what was about to happen, y'all are real ones, okay? But, wow, that's some tough-ish. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, yeah, let's do another Conference USA check-in. Conference USA football scores. Let's see what's going on here. There were a lot more points scored in this Delaware UTEP game than I would have guessed, but the Blue Hens are winning 48-31. So they're up by 17, 7 minutes, 37 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. UTEP does have the ball, though, but it looks like Delaware should probably take this one. Louisiana Tech is beating Missouri State 21-10. How about that? So third quarter in there, 8 minutes to go. And here we go. Jack State has retaken the lead. They're up 31-28 over Western Kentucky. 8 minutes, 34 seconds to go. But Western Kentucky has the ball, and they're in Jack State territory. So maybe they can get a field goal and tie this game up again. And then Middle Tennessee and New Mexico State are tied at 7 each, 9:29 to go in the second quarter. And then Kennesaw State is beating Liberty 7-0. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. So as it currently stands, it would be Jack State, Kennesaw State in a rematch. But there's still a lot of football to be played in both those games between Western Kentucky, Jack State, and then Kennesaw State and Liberty. This has kind of been fun to track. We win in the conference next year. Listen, you never know. All right. Let me get these. Oh, let me get the final score graphic ready, by the way. I mean, I'd like to imagine there's a world where that's possible, by the way. I mean, just break barriers one season at a time. This season, the goal was to get a winning record and get to a bowl game, which FIU will be doing, which is great first step. Next season, absolutely, you should try to compete for a conference championship. Absolutely, you should. All right, guys, help me think of a fun, creative caption for the final score graphic that involves something. I don't know. Pass, incomplete. 3rd and 15. It'll be 4th and 15. I guess you go for it or just say screw it and punt. I think they're going to punt. So, that's another quarterback. I didn't even realize. Who is that? That's not Landon Locke. That is DJ Bailey that took those passes there. Didn't complete any of them, but it is what it is. So Landon Locke's final stat line, he went 14 for 30, 121 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Kewan Jenkins' final stat line, by the way, 15 for 24, 291 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Keyshawn Owens has 124 yards rushing off of 15 carries. Alex Perry had 140 receiving yards, 2 touchdowns. Dallas Payne had 100 receiving yards and a touchdown. Would you believe me if I told you Sam Houston has slightly better time of possession this game? Please. FIU bowl projections. We were talking about that. The Cure Bowl projected against Old Dominion, and the Boca Raton Bowl projected against Louisiana. There's obviously a lot to change, but all right, here we go. Oh my gosh! Can you believe it? Touchdown, Panthers! How about that? Is that Sterling Joseph with the score? How about that rush? Even the freshmen, even the backups are getting points on the Sam Houston Swiss cheese defense today. Holy moly, Sterling Joseph. Sterling Joseph. Oh, why is my ESPN Plus stop working? It's like, come on, man. That's another touchdown for FIU. So it's 49-16. That was fun. Well, this was already a demoralizing game, but now that adding fuel to the fire there. Sterling Joseph. Is that Websley Etienne? It looks like hopefully that was him. Hopefully he's okay. Great game for the Panthers. Damn right. I mean, the offense did their job exquisitely. Defense did their job exquisitely. There's not really much to say. There's not a whole lot of negatives to take away from a game like this. They played an opponent that they were clearly better than, and they dominated that said opponent. So there you go. The only thing is now we have to have discussions about, will Joe Paczanski be ready for the bowl game? Even if he is ready, who do you turn towards for that game? Keywan Jenkins or Joe Paczanski? If you were to ask me right now, I would still say go with Joe Paczanski. Obviously, if he's not 100%, then maybe you can go to Keywan Jenkins, and maybe he can build upon what he did today, which was damn near perfect football. So we'll have to see. There's still so the bowl game won't be until like mid-December. Next week is championship week, then it's the Army-Navy game, and then you get into your bowl games. So by the way, for all the people watching on Instagram, I thank you. However, when we cross the 4-hour mark, the Instagram feed will automatically shut down. Oh my God, he broke away from that. Big hit there. After that first down, he sort of just looked at the FIU bench, which was stone cold. No reaction. I mean, I don't know, man. This has just been one hell of a game from FIU on both sides of the ball. Oh, he fumbled. FIU has the ball. Well, this is, oh my God, who is this? This is number 47. He has no name on the back of his jersey. Who is this? Is this Caleb Patterson? I think this is Caleb Patterson, a sixth-year player, recovers that ball. I don't know who stripped it, but yeah. Dante Anderson stripped it, and it was recovered by DJ Bailey. Wait, what? Huh. The stat broadcast said it was Wait, that can't be true. Oh, wait. Fumble by DJ Bailey. Recovered by Caleb Patterson. Okay. Sterling Joseph having another excellent run there. You know, how greedy does FIU want to be here? Two-minute timeout. 1st and 10 for the Panthers. I don't know if they're just going to run the ball in the game or if they want to get a little greedy here. Regardless, we're 2 minutes away from an FIU win, 49-16, your current score. So, I mean, I already gave my emotional thank yous to you all for the support you've given Kevin and I. Last week after we beat Jacksonville State. So I won't delve too much into that this week, especially because the season's not over. We're going to get to cover a bowl game this year, which is going to be awesome. I will say, though, thank you all so much for the support on the road. These Paws Up watch parties, this is now our 4th, and we're going to end with a 3-1 record on the watch parties. There will not be a watch party for the bowl game because Kevin and I are confident that we will be attending wherever they put us. Hopefully, it's in the state of Florida, so it'll be a little bit easier for the both of us. So I will say thank you for the support you've all given us for these watch parties, and thank you to the guests that we've gotten on, by the way, that have been really fun. I'll attempt to name them all, but Jonathan Mayer, Eddie Hondel. What am I forgetting? Alejandro Solana, David Hondel, CUSA Centel, and today Michael Biamonte. But, you know, thank you all for the support. These watch parties have been a lot of fun, and the coverage. You guys really appreciate the coverage we do on the road as much as the coverage we do at home. So we appreciate it. Take a quick break here. I went to the bathroom. I come back, and now FIU is winning 56-16. What? Sterling Joseph scored another rushing touchdown. It was a 31-yard blast. Sterling Joseph, do you want to be the starting running back next season? My God. All right. FIU leads 56-16. This is the second time this season that FIU has scored 56 points. They scored 56 points against Middle Tennessee, and now they have scored 56 points against Sam Houston. Holy crap. Holy crap. Well, I got to update the final score graphic again. Yeah, Kevin was just texting me. They don't want these quarterbacks to throw. Yeah, they're C5 and the other quarterback that came in, Clayton Dees, they haven't even thrown a pass. It's just been handoffs, and well, Sterling Joseph is doing the work. All right, 56-16. I want to say our lead is safe. So I'll say great win for the FIU Panthers on offense and defense. I'm not going to credit them too much because, it's a 2-9 Sam Houston team that they're doing this against. I'll just say great job by them to immediately shut down the chance at an upset from Sam Houston in this game. Kewan Jenkins in the offense said hell no, and the defense backed them up. The same thing continued into the second half. They scored a bunch of points even with their backups in, and that was that. So, I got to change the banner. Hold on. There we go. How about that? Under a minute. Oh, he's going to get taken down. Steven Shannon gets a sack in this game. How about that? Is this it? Yep. And that is a final. FIU smokes Sam Houston by a final score of 56-16. Willie Simmons and this FIU team wrap up with a 7-5 regular season record, and they are going bowling. This will be FIU's first guaranteed winning season since 2018, when FIU won the Bahamas Bowl and was led by head coach Butch Davis. They did not have a single winning season under the tenure of Mike McIntyre. Willie Simmons, man. Here's the thing. I think Willie should be the coach of the year in Conference USA. I know Jack State also has a first-year head coach, but the coach for Jack State inherited a team that already was winning CUSA title games. Willie Simmons inherited a team that went 4-8 for 3 straight years and immediately took them bowling. I think Willie should be the CUSA coach of the year. And I'm not just saying that as an FIU homer and a media and because I'm covering FIU football. He deserves it, goddammit. Jack State was already a good team before their new head coach came in. FIU was stuck in the mud, and now they're one of the best teams in Conference USA. maybe even one of the best teams in Group of 5. Dare I say. And they're about to go bowling. So I hope you all like the caption I came up with for the final score post. Bearkats? More like bear can't. He was gassing up Sterling Joseph, and for good reason. He looked like a dog. So Kewan Jenkins. It's lights. Kevin's got to learn the slide, huh? Interesting. Okay.
What?
The reporter just asked Kewan, "You're dealing with a rib injury. How are you feeling ahead of this bowl game?" And Kewan said, "I got to slide more."
He does.
What? Okay. I was going to take a break anyway and then get going here for the post-game show. So I just wanted to hear from one of my goats, Kewan, and one of my other goats, Willie Simmons. So, all right. I love you, lights, but I got to X out here. So I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with Kevin, who obviously is already gearing up to go for the Paws post-game show. So FIU wins. It's a blowout win, a nice win, all sides of the ball. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a second. And we are back as we get ready to kick off the Paws Up post-game show. I am Jake Gibson, joined alongside, I would hope, a very happy Kevin Barral as Kev. My God,
I mean, that was a hell of a performance by FIU on both sides of the ball. Any chance of a comeback for Sam Houston was shot down immediately, and the Panthers win a stress-free football game, score 56 points for the second time this season.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun football game. Very relaxing. This is the most relaxed I've ever felt after an FIU football game since I started covering. And it's not even close. Like the Middle Tennessee one, I was really excited because I was there. But this one, I'm excited, man. I mean, what a day for this FIU team, man. What a day. 56 points. So they tie their season high, which sucks, but it's super cool at the same time. Yeah. Sterling Joseph, have yourself a day, my boy. 4 carries for 112 yards and 2 TDs. Then Keyshawn Owens with his 5th 100-yard game of the season. He had 124 rushing yards. I hate they're not shown in the stats because they didn't actually throw a pass. C5, Clayton Deeds both got into the game. Love to see that. Kenny Williams got into the game. Amari Isaac got into the game. A lot of new faces got into the game, but the one that made the impact is the young freshman. Alex Perry, 140 yards. That's a new career high. Dallas Payne with 100 yards receiving. That's a career high. And then on the defensive side of the ball, a lot of names. But Percy Courtney got in there. Demetrius Hill got in there. Dante Anderson got in there with 2 TFLs, 2 sacks.
Yeah.
What a day for this FIU team, man. They went in there from the start of the game, handled business. Mm-hmm. It was fun. It was a fun day of football. I enjoyed it. But we get one more, Jake. We get one more. The bowl game. That's it. Regular season's over. First guaranteed winning season since 2018. And just to keep throwing out the stats because it's so crazy. First ever 4-game winning streak in CUSA play since joining the league in 2013.
Ain't that crazy?
That's FIU's first 4-game overall winning streak since 2010. And then, as I said, first guaranteed winning season since 2018. It only gets better and better for this FIU team. And what a season it was for Willie Simmons to come in and just turn the ship around in year one. Keewan Jenkins, I don't know what the future holds for him, to be totally honest with you, if he's going to transfer out or not. But regardless, comes in, stepping up for Joe Pizanski, has a huge game. And just shout out to this FIU team, man. This has been a pleasure to watch. It's been a joy to watch.
Yeah.
I've loved what I've watched this season. It's been fun. There's been some down moments for sure. The streak from Kennesaw to Missouri State was really a rough one. The one from Delaware to UConn was a rough one too. But FIU's riding a 4-game win streak, Jake, something we've never seen before. And at least we personally have never seen before since starting to cover the team. So
it's the first winning record since what era?
2018, so that was Butch.
The Butch Davis era. How about that? I mean,
it's awesome. It's awesome.
Listen, I spoke about this. I know you have to agree with me. Willie has to be coach of the year in CUSA. I know Jack State has a brand new head coach, but the team he was inheriting was a championship caliber team even before he took the job.
Not really, dude. Not really. They had one of the lowest return rates in the conference. And then you have Kennesaw State. Jerry Mack is going to have a good opportunity to get that coach of the year. I will 100% be vouching for Willie Simmons to win coach of the year, but you need to understand there are 2 coaches there that probably deserve it just as much as him, maybe even more than him. Now, freshman of the year, we could be talking Josiah McGrew. That's possible. All conference, definitely going to be Keyshawn Owens. Alex Perry will now definitely get in there. He's at 9 TDs on the season, extending his streak, second multi-touchdown game of his career. So fun, man, to talk about this. And
really, honestly, what went wrong for FIU in the second half? I was worried they were going to give up that kick return or punt return touchdown, but that was waved off with the flag, so that didn't end up mattering. Even when they allowed that one garbage time touchdown, they locked them up on the 2-point attempt, which was really fun to see. I mean, once the freshman got in, things didn't really change. FIU was still dominant on both offense and defense, even when the backups came in. I know we're on a high right now, but do you think that the performance from Jenkins today is sustainable moving forward to the bowl game if he's called upon? Because obviously you mentioned earlier, this is Sam Houston State bottom barrel team in college football that he did this against, but still. Do you want the hot hand and lights, or do you want to go back to Joe P
when we get to the bowl game, if they're both available?
I'm not really worried about that right now, to be honest with you. Right now, what's coming up for us is signing day. That's a huge day for this program because, as we know, the only way to continue this success is by having a good pipeline of talent, and it starts with these 21 players that are coming in. But if I'm being honest with you, whoever's healthy, because it clearly seems like Keywan's had some ribs issues again after the rushing touchdown. Although they called it cramps, I'm pretty sure it was ribs. He was holding his ribs. Joe P, we'll see what happens. I don't know if he's going to be available for the bowl game or not. He's in a boot, as you guys saw in the broadcast, and in a little scooter. So I don't know. It just depends at this point what happens. But I don't really care who starts at quarterback, to be honest with you. I'm just
whoa.
I don't care, dude. If it's Keywan, if it's C5, whoever it is, I don't really care.
Here's some up. Dude, Delaware just dropped 61 points on UTEP. That's a final. 61-31. Delaware over UTEP.
I took UTEP.
Yep.
Delaware. So this is actually big for FIU. Delaware now is going bowling technically. So the two new Conference USA teams over 6 wins in their first year with Delaware, 7 or 8 wins, Missouri State, depending the result of today's game. So now you got to think if there's not enough bowl games, those two teams get into a bowl game. So
there's enough bowl games. If there's not enough bowl eligible FBS teams that are not named Delaware and or Missouri.
I'm being totally honest with you. I think they'll get into a bowl game.
I think so too. Anyway, Louisiana Tech's beating Missouri State 28-17, 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in that game.
It's going to be a good year.
Western Kentucky and Jack State are tied in the fourth quarter, 12 minutes to go. So you might, after this postgame show's over, you might want to flip your TV over there. It's 31-31 all in that game.
So if Jack State wins, they're in.
Game. They will host the CUSA title game regardless of what happens between Kennesaw State and Liberty. If Liberty beats Kennesaw State, then Western gets in. But Jack State will host.
Jack State, anyway. I believe the only way that Jack State wouldn't host is if
they lose.
Western wins and Kennesaw wins.
Yeah. If Jack State wins, they're in and they'll take on Kennesaw State. That's regardless. Actually, that's regardless of what happens.
No, it's not. If Jacksonville State wins, they will face either Western or Kennesaw. If Kennesaw loses, it'll be Jack State versus Western Kentucky.
Yes, but as far as hosting goes, that's the situation. So obviously, we'll need to wait and see who ends up winning that game. By the way, Kennesaw State is beating Liberty 14-7. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. If you care for some reason, Middle Tennessee is beating New Mexico State 14-7. That's at the half. So, do we have differentiating picks on that one? I feel like I picked New Mexico State in that game. Did you pick New Mexico State?
I picked Middle.
Ooh.
No. Who did I pick? I think I picked New Mexico State. Are they winning?
No, Middle Tennessee's winning 14-7 at the half.
It's not looking good for me, man.
It's a toss-up for that game.
Because I got the UTEP pick wrong. We both took Jacksonville State. I think we're both idiots and took Missouri State. I think.
Oh dear. Yeah, we might. I'll have to double check that later. But that's the situation.
I can't wait to open up Twitter tomorrow. Actually, not even Twitter. ESPN, CBS, CFI.
Catch all those projections. Ooh, boy.
Find out next week. Officially find out next week.
Yeah, officially. What do you want me to say, man? Did Sterling Joseph prove to FIU that he should be the starting back next season off of this game alone?
Let's just remember he was going up against the Sam Houston D team on defense.
I know. Their rush defense is not the worst in CUSA. That's like the only.
Yeah, that was actually pretty. I didn't notice that. Yeah, I mean, 196 rushing yards. FIU broke out for 303 rushing yards.
So
Keywan threw for more passing yards combined. Keywan had more passing yards than both Sam Houston
quarterbacks. Yeah. When was the last time FIU had 2 100-yard rushers and 2 100-yard receivers, Kevin? That might be a never ever. I'm just going to throw that out there. That might be a never ever. I don't know. I'd love to check that out. It's crazy enough that we got the 200-yard receivers because Alex Perry and Dallas Payne both popped off. Kevin, it felt like every time Dallas Payne touched the ball, we were advancing towards midfield. We were getting to midfield every time Dallas Payne grabbed that football, except for the one time he scored a touchdown. Then Alex Perry was, he looked like a prime Tyreek Hill out there. He absolutely smoked Sam Houston's defense as we all thought he would. Aside from that, there really wasn't a whole lot of other receivers that caught balls in this game, Kevin. McGuire Anderson, Kyle McNeil, Justin Cayenne, Jackson Verdugo, they all catch a single reception each. Is this one of the few times where there were technically more rushers than receivers? There were 8 rushers. There were only 6 receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time that happened. That's kind of funny.
Sorry, I quick stat adjustment. First overall 4-game win streak since 2018, not 2010.
Okay.
I believe the last conference win streak was in 2010.
They also split road games. They officially go 3-3 on the road this season, which is a big muy bueno. Love to see that, being able to win on the road. Something this team hadn't done in a long time before this season, and then they split the road series, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
especially.
No, I got to find.
By the way, 4 sacks for FIU.
First time since 2018, FIU goes 500 or over, both at home and on the road. So,
by the way, 4 sacks. Dante Anderson grabs 2 sacks. Steven Shannon with 1. Steven Shannon with 1. Kenton Simmons with the other. Noah Grant, after he missed that 54-yarder, he hit a 24. They actually didn't go to him at all for field goals in the second half. Not that they really had to. So that was great. By the way, Kevin, Trey Wilhoit averaged a cool 44 yards per punt. You love to see it. He had a 50-yarder too.
Did he punt like twice?
3. He punted 3 times, averaging 44.7.
Yeah, no, good stuff. Hey, the Sam Houston fake punt did catch me off guard. I don't think it was a fake punt. I just think he saw that he had the open way and he went.
Yeah. That was the moment I knew that Sam Houston wasn't winning this. It was when they got the fake punt, but then proceeded to do nothing after. They had to punt right after, and this time FIU was ready for it. To pull the biggest trick you could and to not do anything with that trick right after was definitely a signal for me that, Sam Houston ain't winning this game, bro. Defense aside, that was just an absolutely bad game by Landon Locke, Kevin. It'll say 121 yards, 1 touchdown, but don't kid yourself. That was most of that. The majority of that was garbage time stuff, Kev. He had a horrific game today. The defense absolutely terrorized this man. The announcer said the offensive line gave him time early on, but as the game went on, they couldn't stop FIU's defense no matter what. And then,
good game for the defense.
Special teams wise, I was going to say they were going to give up a punt return touchdown, but that didn't happen. So I guess special teams was okay today. Obviously, the 50-yard field goal was missed, but Willie made the right adjustments when needed this year. And I think that's the story of Willie Simmons. That's the story of FIU this past month of football, is how well they've been able to adjust in the second half. Today was no exception, although they didn't really need to do that much today compared to maybe some games against Liberty and Jack State. So
there's no real adjustments needed, right? They kind of attacked the second. They scored 2 touchdowns in each quarter, so not too worried about that. And I think, what was it? Sam Houston scored 1 TD they scored 2 total touchdowns in the game. The passing TD and then the rushing touchdown early in the game. But
their offense played their best football with like 10 minutes to go in the game.
Guys, D team out for Sam Houston. FIU was rolling out 2 different quarterbacks at one point so they could all get into a game. I would take what happened there with a grain of salt, to be honest with you. As cool as it was, and by the way, Sterling Joseph, longest rush for FIU freshman running back in program history.
Wow, how long was this? It was like 60 something, right?
61 yards. 61 yards.
Great game for him. Definitely gets you excited for next season. Final thoughts, Kevin. Now we wait. Now we wait to see where FIU is going bowling.
Yeah, now we wait. But as I noted, signing day coming up. So we should be talking to
Yeah.
Willie one more time before we find out the bowl game. But aside from
Where
that,
do you want to go?
just
Where do you want to
keep
go
it-
bowling?
Let's keep it in Florida.
Boca or Cure Bowl? Those
Cure
are the
Bowl.
two bowl games they showed on the broadcast.
Cure Bowl, Cure Bowl, Cure Bowl, Cure Bowl.
You want to go to the Cure Bowl, huh?
It's early. It's earlier. It's like in December 17th. It's
That
an early
that
game
is
too. It's
true.
not a late game. And I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't really care which one we go to between those two. I'll take either.
Would you go just drive up game of and drive back, or stay for a couple days?
Probably we would probably have to stay for the Cure Bowl because we have to go to all the events and all that stuff.
Dude, and
And
maybe
there's
we
press
can.
conferences.
You know what some of the events are going to be? They're going to be going to the theme parks. So maybe we have to sneak in with some of the FIU guys. Yo, get us some
Unlikely, but
passes, yo. To Universal.
Unlikely-
Maybe they'll go to
unlikely.
Epic Universe.
Unlikely to happen, but I would not be against it.
Would you even want to go to Disney World? You see all the fatalities happening there this year? Holy crap. It's kind of insane. We're getting very off topic here, but your final score, FIU, oh geez, I just had it. FIU 56, Sam Houston 16, a masterclass of a game. I mean, as far as domination goes, this is even better than the Middle Tennessee game, Kevin, because Middle Tennessee scored like what, 30 points, 31?
Oh, this definitely put FIU up in the defensive rankings in CUSA, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. This is like the biggest blowout win for FIU since like I think it was like 2018, 2019. They blew out UMass like 59-0 or something crazy like that.
I think that's what it was. I gotta check
Yeah,
the last time
so-
they had multiple games with like 50 plus points.
That is going to be an adventure. I doubt it. I doubt it's even happened, Kevin.
I mean,
doubt it.
what was it? It was only 2 games though, to be fair, with 50 plus points, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, 2 games. Damn, this looks good to see. They already updated the schedule. 7-5, 583 win percentage, 5-3 in conference play, 625 winning percentage, 4-game win streak to end the regular season, 4-2 at home, 3-3 away, 0-0 for now. Neutral set games.
Do you agree with this comment?
Let me see. Sets us up pretty well. I don't.
Yeah.
Again, tomorrow the news unfortunately will be the transfer portal. We're gonna have to talk about it. We're gonna probably do a full podcast on the transfer portal, the signing class, bowl game talk a little bit. So
Yeah,
the positive podcast will be back next week. I think it's fair to say.
I think since we finally have some time to do that, not have to worry about the gridiron for a couple weeks because look, the scheduling, you have the championship games, you have the Army Navy game, and then you get to your bowls. So bowls. By the way, I know you saw the final score of the Florida Atlantic game, Kevin. That was a thing of beauty too.
Yeah. Sorry.
Apparently there were some comments saying that like some students or fans started arguing with some of the players on the bench. It got that bad. Like,
I mean, they were losing 42-3 at the half.
the score didn't even change in the second half. Nothing happened.
Did it
The
not?
second
It
half
was
was just
42-3
like-
final score.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they put FAU put their backup in. They put the backup in like the second quarter.
Why? Did they not think the comeback was possible?
I guess not.
Ah!
It was a good day. It was a good day.
That should be a great episode of the Shula Bowl pod next, dude. It'll be like the greatest. It'll be the most yin and yang episode ever with how elated you'll be and how bad Kevin Fielder will feel because that was a rough way for them to end the season. The season's not over for us. FIU will move on to a bowl game of whatever kind. 56-16. Final thoughts for real now, Kevin.
Yeah, no. Good game. Relaxing game. Good times. Glad the boys got to get in there, the freshmen.
Yeah.
Who will probably be will be names that we see a lot of next year.
Yeah,
And right now, all signs point towards a really successful signing day, which is what we're going to be cooking. We're cooking up I'm helping you, but we are cooking up some graphics. I know you'll have an article on Lemon City Live. I will have my own article. And from there on out, it's bowl game season, baby. We're talking about the bowl game. So yeah.
When does your family get the Christmas tree?
Oh, it's already up.
It's already up? Okay.
It was up the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we got ours the day after Thanksgiving too. I think now we're putting the ornaments and stuff on it, but yeah. I got
House is
you. So,
decorated.
let me be the first to say happy holidays to everyone watching this. And, well, we should get one last present under the tree, being a fun bowl game that we hope to go to and hope to win, damn it. So have a great rest of the day, everybody. Enjoy those Thanksgiving leftovers if you still have them. And until next time, Paws up! Let's go bowling, baby!